So you as a software developer or a person with a technical background would like to dive into some kind of projects, right? In fact, you're part of the project. So if you're a developer or an employee working for a company, you are certainly part of, or have been in the past, part of some projects. Welcome to this course on Project Management Introduction Fundamentals. My name is Syed and I'll be the instructor for this course. I've been in the training industry for a little over 20 years and I've trained thousands of students. In this course, I'm going to talk about the project management fundamentals and make sure that you, if you like to become a project manager, gets the skills and the abilities to become an effective project manager. So throughout this course, I'm going to focus on what the project is. I'm going to start off with the very basics, and then I'm going to build in depth about project management fundamentals, from the stakeholder expectations, from the project management cycle, the phases, the factors that affect the project itself, the qualities of the project manager, the roles, abilities, styles, and so on. So the entire course is structured so that you understand, if you would like to get into the project management field, this is the right course for you. If you are an existing project manager, that's wonderful because you may learn some few tips and techniques. I'm going to cover the PMBOK 6th guide, which is the most recent guide from the Project Management Institute, so that you actually get to learn all of the 13 core areas divided into 13 chapters. If you need to take the exam, this course will also equip you with the exam. Even though my focus is not on the exam, my focus is on practical project management. What are you waiting for? If you need to learn project management fundamentals, become a project manager, enroll now, and I will see you in class. So welcome to this course on project management fundamentals for IT professionals. My name is Syed Raza. I will be the instructor for this course. I've been in the training industry for a little over 20 years, and I've trained thousands of students. As a senior project manager working on several enterprise projects within the United States and globally as well. I welcome you to this course. My background, just quite briefly, I'm a certified Microsoft Systems Engineer with, again, a bag of about 20 years of various capacities that I've been working in, such as I started off as a business analyst and then a programmer. I'm also a web developer. So within these 20 years, and eventually now with all this experience, I'm enjoying the enterprise project management field. So what I'm going to give you in this course is, of course, my experience and what I've done so far, and in a practical manner. So if you would like to begin project management, right? Let's say you have a technical background, and that's great. But if you really would like to now dive into the project management arena, this is the perfect course for you. So in this course, I want to talk about several key areas, starting from the very beginning to the close of the project, okay? And along the way, I'm going to talk about project cycles. I'm going to focus on certain key areas so you don't miss anything. And if you wish to maybe at later point in time take the exam for your PMP certification, that's fine. I think this course will give you a solid background and understanding. And with a little bit of practice and theory and some formulas, I think you should be pretty ready for that exam as well. But really, that's not the focus. So what I want to give you in this course is my experience as a project manager, managing different virtual teams spread all across the globe, how to do those, how to go about actually conducting a project successfully, how to handle change orders, what is the project initiation context. And there's several areas: communication with stakeholders, resource allocation, resource management, cost controls, budgeting, documentation. So all of these areas that I'm going to give you in this course. So I welcome you once again. If you have any questions, feel free to post in the discussion area and I'll be happy to answer. So with this, let's move on and let's get into the meat part of the course. Welcome back once again. Moving forward in this particular lesson, my objective is to walk you through the entire project lifecycle and really your expectations. I like to set your expectations for this course so you exactly know what I'll be covering throughout this entire course step by step. So I'm going to walk you through again the project lifecycle. So I'm going to show you this chart and just a PowerPoint slide. And then I'll explain what those phases are of the project cycle. And then, of course, once we get into the in-depth part of the course, I will explain conceptually and then, of course, do some hands-on in project management so that you can have the abilities or increase your skill set in creating a project cycle or project schedule, so to speak. So here, let's dive in, and I just want to go ahead and explain to you so that I set the expectations right. A couple of things right off the bat. This is, again, a PMP, so I'm going to cover most of the chapters within the PMP exam as well, although my focus is not the exam itself. So that's something that you have to study on your own. But practically, if you want to get into this field, this is the perfect course for you. So let's jump right in. I'm going to explain the project context so you know exactly the life cycle and the areas that I will be covering. Also importantly, please note that as you walk through this course, just kind of understand the concept. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. And that's exactly what I do as a full-time Udemy instructor. I would like to make sure that you understand not only the concepts, but also the applications. So if you're working on a certain industry and you have a question, just reach out to me. I'll be more than happy to help. You're also welcome to register yourself on the PMI website, which is the Project Management Institute website. There's a student membership on that site that you can just get for minimal, maybe $32 or something like that per year. And then based on that membership, and I think the full membership price is about $100 or $130, something like that. Once you get the membership, you're able to download the PMBOK 6th guide, which contains all of the information that you need, not only for the exam prep, but also for your own good as well, especially if you would like to get into the project management field. So it's worth the investment. I would encourage you to actually get that for yourself. So let's jump right into the actual project lifecycle, and let me go ahead and explain to you what exactly we'll be covering in this course in a practical manner.
Welcome back. Okay, so I'm going to explain to you so that it meets and sets your expectations for this course. This is exactly what we'll be covering from start to finish in a practical manner. So you as a project manager, right, you need to understand that everything starts from the business development. So I'm going to first focus in the middle part, which is this arrow that you see pointing in the right direction, okay? So we start with the business development. In other words, the project manager doesn't go out there and actually sells, right? It's the sales teams or the marketing individuals. They go out there, they get business for the organization that you're working for as a project manager. So once the business is developed and you obtain a client or get a new client, only after that the project manager comes into action, okay? So you'll be actually ending up with planning, which is the next phase, and then the requirements gathering is the phase, the design, development, training and documentation, the user acceptance testing, change controls, if any. So if there's a new requirement that comes from a customer, that's called a change control, and then the go live for the customer, okay? So this is, in practical terms that I follow, is the project manager's workflow or plan, okay? Now, each of these phases, you'll notice, is connected with that little circle with a small square at the bottom, or rectangle at the bottom, right? That lists different activities, documents, stages, whatever you want to call it, subsections. So for instance, the business development, and let me zoom in if it's too small. There we go. So I'm going to focus right now on the business development first. Perfect. So this area that you see is business development. That's, again, something, whatever goes on in this particular phase, which is pre-project phase, okay, is the sales engagement. So the sales calls are made, partnership relationships are made, and so on. And the abbreviations that you see, the SL, SLSA, SLCEO, and so on, some of these you might already be familiar with. If not, then I've listed this in the legend here, okay? So on the right side, you have a key to all of these terms in blue. So the SL is sales lead, QA is the tester, DV is the developer, SA is the systems architect, PM of course, the project manager, BA for business analyst. VP is the vendor partner, not the vice president, but the vendor partner. CL is the client. And then anything in orange or reddish orange, right, are the deliverables. Okay, so this is the resource key that you can kind of take a look at and then match it up with each of these phases. Okay, perfect. So let's go back to our business development. So within the sales engagement, this responsibility lies with the sales lead or the marketing people or the sales individuals. During this phase, which is the pre-project, of course, is the RFP responses, which is request for proposal. And I'm going to be covering that in the project as well, because you as a project manager would know everything or should know everything, and you would. Okay, great. Next, after the RFP responses is the sales demo. Sometimes the client wants for you to give them a POC. The POC simply stands for proof of concept. In other words, if you reach out to a client and they say, okay, well, we want to develop this app, enterprise app, but before we actually do it, we would like a proof of concept. Okay, well, you're not going to actually go out there and develop the app and then show them the demo, right? This simply means that, for instance, let me give you a real world example. If they want to do something in Azure, okay, so you just do a small demo in Azure, maybe just do a simple UI for the app, you know, just spend a few hours, have your graphics designer design something quick for you. If you have done it in the previous project, that's much easier because you will just regurgitate that, right? Same thing over and over again for different customers. But you would simply show them a small presentation of a POC. They can actually take a look at some hands-on Azure environment, for instance, if that's the POC you're doing, and so forth. Next is the initial requirements gathering and pre-disk templates. So this is where you would actually gather additional requirements from the customer. Typically, this is the BA part, right? So sales lead and the business analyst kind of work closely on these tasks. Then you determine the LOE, which is the level of effort. This is where the number of hours is going to take to do a certain task, the number of hours it's going to take to do the entire project, and so forth. After that's negotiated and done, then you draft and review the statement of work, which is a formal document, has to be signed by both parties, the customer and your organization. And of course, the vendor partner, if you have any, then they will review and accept the SOW, and this phase, sales engagement, would be completed. The deliverables, of course, is the SOW, submitted RFP, and then completed pre-discovery templates or documents. And I'm going to cover each one of these in depth, of course. This is just so that you set your expectations. So after the business development phase, we come to the planning. Let me go up here. So within the planning is, of course, the project planning itself. The purchase order is received from the client. Okay, so it's good to go. The kickoff meeting. So the project manager would set off a time where it's called the kickoff meeting, right? So it's the preliminary meeting where all of the client's stakeholders, as well as your internal team, important individuals, would be made part of the meeting. And then you would just do a simple hello or hi and just get to know each other well, right? Just kind of go through the project itself, go through the SOW, so that everyone is aware on what the tasks are. So this is your chance as a project manager to set a precedent, okay, moving forward, because you'll be leading. This is your kickoff meeting. So everyone is looking at you. So whatever you set in this kickoff meeting is very, very important. And this all is part of the project planning phase. The project plan discovery phase is also, again, part of this. So the deliverable here is the discovery project plan. So after the planning, then we get to the requirements gathering. So we have to come down here again. So the requirements gathering phase is where you actually do the requirements document. The discovery sessions done by the business analyst or the PM, for example. The creation of the solution design document. Okay, so this is where the solution architect would come into place. Along with the business analyst, they would create a solution design document. And you as a PM, by the way, are just managing these, right? So you have two roles. You're not only managing, but you're also providing a leadership role. You're motivating these teams. You're motivating these individuals. After the SDD is complete, you would then do an internal review, make sure the internal team sign off on that, everyone is on the same page, and the deliverable here is the SDD, which is the solution design document. Next, we have the design, so let's go up here again. After the SDD, we come to the design phase. This is where you create the technical design document. So the difference between the solution design and the technical design is, of course, the technical design is created by the dev team, by the technical folks. So you have the enterprise architects working on the technical design. So they kind of match it up with the solution design document, and then they create their own technical solution. And at this point, this could be a part where the technical design team can come back to the project manager and say, hey, well, if the client wanted this, then we could do this better, okay? Because obviously the tech guys know, they have the expertise. So you would then take back to the stakeholders and then just kind of make sure they understand whether they want to buy into it or not. So the technical design document is followed by the WBS, which is the work breakdown structure. In other words, you'll be now getting, as a project manager, all these tasks broken down by the teams, whether it's the QA team, dev team, BA teams, and so on. And then you review and you accept the technical design document. And this is, again, internal only, because the PM is involved, the solutions architect, and of course, sometimes even the CEO, depending on the type of organization you're working with. The deliverables here are TDD, WBS, which are both internal, and then the development of project plan. So all of this is part of design. So once that's taken care of, then we get into the development. So let's come down here again. This is where you actually start the development, okay? So all of your dev team members go at it. You've assigned the tasks, you've created the project schedule, and everyone knows how many hours it's going to take for their own respective tasks. So these development efforts include unit test, peer internal review, QA testing, and then they give you the completed working solution based on the SDD, solution design document, and the technical design document. So pretty much the development part is done in this phase. Once development is done, of course, then we get into the training and documentation. And by the way, sometimes QA or the PM relates or involves the QAs as well, okay, which is the QA testers. So they test on quality of the software as well. So the quality remains throughout the project. You can apply it anywhere you like if you feel so. So training and documentation phase, simply user guides are created, admin guides are created, and then end user training is provided to the client. After training and documentation, come back down here to UAT. This is simply the user acceptance testing. Now the client has full access to your solution that you've developed, and they can now test it. Their users can test it. Their technical team can test it. Admins can test it, and so on. So these cycles are typically 5-day cycles, and they're iterative. So they would work on the solution that you've designed and developed and provided to them. And if there are any bug fixes or if they find something different, they would then simply log it and create in the issue log. And that's how it kind of works, the UAT. Any change controls pretty much occur in this phase, since the users from the client end that are actually now working on the solution, they would be the best judge to tell, well, this functionality can be enhanced. So what can we get that? Can we get this done also? And that's exactly where you as a project manager would come in and then take all these change orders and go back to development and so forth. So the cycle comes back to UAT once again. So UAT kind of goes hand in hand with the change control, which is sometimes the last phase, but this could happen earlier on as well. So the change control management is, again, the BA, PMs work hand in hand. They're responsible. The LOE is determined, impact to time and cost, and so forth. So the change control documents are the deliverables here. Once everything is done and over with, that's where we go into the go live phase. And that's one of the last phases. So go live means now client has access to the live solution that has been developed, any changes have been incorporated, that has been quality tested, admin training has been provided, user training has been provided, so everything is done. So once the solutions go live, you would typically provide a 30-day or 60-day, whatever is negotiated with the client, support, where your dev team and QA teams would be a standby. The solutions architect would be a standby. If something else was to come up, we would still provide support, and that's typically negotiated within the contract. And more importantly, the lessons learned are documented by the PM or the vendor partner, but typically by the PM. You would kind of take a look at all of these phases and see what happened. You will collect all of the documentation that you've been making so far in each of these phases, and then kind of document lessons learned. You will maybe interview the client again, have a final meeting with them, just kind of ask them questions and so forth. So these are the key phases of project management. On the bottom, I have the project governance here. So for instance, the project manager would have weekly project team calls, scrum calls, internal calls, and client calls as well. Internal review meetings, managing stakeholder expectations. All these are part of meetings. So you're constantly on the call, conference call, every single day pretty much. And then of course you have to generate status reports. These status reports contains progress made in the previous week and what to expect in the following week, and that's where you actually give these status reports to your clients, so they're aware of what's has happened and what is going to happen. How far are you in the development? How far are you in the QA phase, and so on. So just in a practical manner, quickly wanted to set the expectations of this particular lesson so that you're actually now aware of the full overall picture. So as we dive deeper into the course, I'm going to be talking about each one of these project phases. This is a practical project engagement model. You can use this as well, okay? So nothing is going to be missing from the text, okay? This is just the different, maybe wordings are different or the titles may be different and so forth. So I hope this helps with this. I'm super excited to dive into the in-depth understanding of the project engagement model as well as the course itself, and I look forward to having you in my next lessons. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, post them in the discussion area. And as a homework, okay, right off the bat, I want to assign some homework here. Go through this project engagement model, memorize these terms, okay, PM, SA, let's say documentation or the solution design document, the technical design document, and so forth, so that you get a better picture of how everything is done. So I hope this helps. Practice with this, and let's move to our next lesson. In this short lesson, I just would like to go through quickly the salaries of different levels of project managers. So for instance, if you would just do a Google search and go to payscale.com or any other sites, there are several out there. Notice the technical project manager salary is on average about $89,000 or $90,000 per year, which is a fairly decent size if you have some technical background. For instance, if you were a Java developer, programmer, even a beginner level programmer, that's fine. As long as you understand the technologies and stay current with those technologies, you would be a technical project manager with a little bit of background in object-oriented programming or understanding the complete software development lifecycle and so forth. So just to give you a quick flavor of the salary of the technical project manager, let me scroll down quickly here. You can navigate and take a look at the breakdown of these salaries, but I want to show you the job description, right? So for a technical project manager, the principal role of a project manager is to develop and maintain a technology project plan. And that's really what we covered throughout this course in the project management course for IT professionals. The tasks, notice on the bottom here, and you can read through this by the way, the tasks are important. Just quickly run through them. Plan and coordinate project schedules using Microsoft Project or Box or any other that you use. Goals and milestones, and make the project assignments, assigning roles, gathering resources, and then assigning tasks and activities, and so forth. Creating technical documentation, we covered that also, so you understand the entire documentation process at every phase of the project, so you need to be able to create those. And then, of course, report on progress of the project to the senior management or stakeholders. Adhere to budgets, cost controls. We talked fairly at length about that. And keep projects on track for successful completion within specification. So, not too much, but yes, it's perfect if you are a technical project manager. Let me next show you the project manager in general for IT. The salary is about the same, $85,000. That's an average, by the way. So you tend to make more because you can negotiate your salaries based on your previous experience as a technical person. So typically the standard project manager IT salary is about $85,000 a year on average. And again, let me scroll down to the description here. Pretty much just assisting the technical team in design and development tasks. Utilize the SDLC, which is the software development lifecycle methodology. Create and maintain an IT project plan and communicate tasks, milestone, date, status, and resource allocations. And then coordinate the delivery of development and production releases that meet the QA standards as well. And of course, assist in teams in creating test plans and testing efforts and so forth. So pretty much on the same ballpark. Next is the entry level. So let me go to that tab. So if you have absolutely no experience on IT, well, just basic experience, right? So you're comfortable with Microsoft Excel, for example, and you are well versed with some of the basic concepts. The entry level is about $70,000 a year. So let me scroll down. And again, these are negotiable based on your experience. And on the right side, notice it shows you what additional tools that you need to kind of know and understand before you can get to this level. But scrolling down, the job description is again assisting the technical team in design and development tasks, utilizing the software development lifecycle methodology, creating and maintaining IT project plan. So same tasks, right? So it doesn't matter whether you are an entry-level project manager, whether you are a project manager with some experience in general, or you are a technical project manager. So it really depends on your background as a technical person. Which areas are you good at? Which skill set do you have in technical programming language, for instance, or the software development lifecycle, or the DevOps field, and you name it. So based on your own expertise, skill set, you can then gauge where you stand and how well you can negotiate. So I just wanted to cover this quickly. Hope this helps. With this, let's move to the next lesson.
Welcome to this first lesson. In this lesson, we're going to talk about what a project is. Since this is an introductory lesson, I'm going to focus strictly on the definition of a project, which is a temporary endeavor that your company provides you and tells you as a project manager that, hey, go ahead, let's finish this project, or let's create this project and let's successfully manage and then finish this project. And this could be, for example, in our field, technology field, this could be a SharePoint development project, for instance, or any other app that you're developing. And you as a project manager needs to ensure not only the management, but also provide the leadership to that project entire scope and phase. So the first lesson, I'm going to focus strictly again on the definitions, the project phases, the project's life cycle. In other words, what does it all entail? So as a beginner project manager, you ought to know the various differences on how things work. So as a project manager, you ought to know all of these phases. The scope, portfolios, program managers, and several other key terms and definitions that I'm going to cover in this particular lesson, so that you have a solid understanding of what a project and project lifecycle is all about. I'm also going to cover the various stages or phases of the project. So from the initiation phase to the execution phase, the monitoring phase, and so on. So after this lesson, you'll be comfortable in understanding the key definitions and the core fundamentals of what a project is. So let's jump right in. And in the next set of slides, I'm going to explain all of these areas. And if you have any questions, feel free to post in the discussion area or ask me. I'll be happy to help.
Welcome to the Project Management Introduction chapter. Overall, there are going to be about 13 chapters, so we are going to cover the entire PMBOK guide, which is the 6th edition. So starting this year, the PMI Institute has in fact changed the entire exam guidelines for PMP certification. Okay, so now all new PMP certified individuals would have to go through the 6th edition, which is the current PMBOK guide. So this is the first chapter, and I'm going to cover the project management introduction guidelines, what a project is, and so on. So let's jump right in and let's begin. There are about 17 slides, so bear with me on this one. We are going to cover a lot of concepts, but I'm going to walk you through step by step, so in a manageable chunk, so that you actually understand how project management works along with the concepts as well. First, what is a project and PMBOK? So a project is a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product, service, or result. What that means is whenever we call everything a project, by the way, right? So whether it's a small task or a number of tasks, it's a project essentially. It has a start, it has an end. So you take something from the beginning, you add a value to it, right? Or you do things to it, and it becomes something else. So that's essentially a project, right? You could also categorize that as a number of tasks. That's why it's called a temporary endeavor, right? So it's not permanent. So you start from point A, and then you end at point D, for example. PMI, the Project Management Institute, defines the project management body of knowledge, which is known as PMBOK, now we know, as a term that describes the knowledge within the profession of project management. The PM body of knowledge includes proven traditional practices that are widely applied, as well as innovative practices that are emerging in the profession. So it does two things. The management body basically looks at all of the historical practices of project management that are widely applied. In addition, it also comes up or creates innovative practices that are emerging, such as new trends in project management, maybe new tools that we use in project management. So this particular institute or this particular organization kind of has twofold objectives. So we understand what a project is and what stands for, or the abbreviation for, PMBOK. Here's what I mentioned earlier. So for instance, again, definition of a simple project: you have a current state, in other words, point A, and then you have a future state, which is a point D or F or whatever it is. So projects drive change in organizations. So whichever company you're working with, or if you wish to be a project manager, or if you are a project manager, in fact, what essentially you're doing is changing the state from your current state within the organization to a future state, which you hope to achieve. And during the process, you're actually conducting several tasks or project activities, so to speak. And projects enable business value creation. So the whole idea is to create something for the organization so that the organization, in fact, achieves a greater value. So very simple, yet very important in concept. So as the business value increases on the vertical axis, right, on the y-axis, so does time on the x-axis, which is the horizontal axis. But the idea is fairly simple: from current state to a future state, and in between you have various project activities. How do projects get initiated? So the project's initiation context. Several factors, in fact, come into play when we talk about a project. The factors influence an organization's ongoing operations and business activities or strategies. And leaders respond to these factors in order to keep organization viable. So let's say you're into a project where you need to roll out 1,000 computers within the organization, or you're upgrading hardware of thousands of these computers and so on. So the project could be anything. Or you're developing a certain software, that could be a project. No matter what essentially the project is, leaders would respond to these factors in order to keep the organization viable. Projects provide the means for companies or organizations to successfully make the change necessary to deal with these factors. And the factors ultimately should link to the strategic objectives or goals of the company and the business value of each project. So essentially, 4 broad areas that you need to kind of take a look at and know. First, the legal or social requirements that impact the project or that becomes part of the project. Then you need to create, improve, or fix products, processes, or service as your project goes from one step to the other. Next, implement the change, business, or technological strategies. That also becomes a formidable part of the project. And then, of course, satisfy the upper management, senior management, or the stakeholders, their requests or needs. All of these factors kind of go hand in hand within a particular project. And that's how the project initiation context entails all of these factors. The key definitions of various projects, programs, and portfolios. So the entire concept of project management, you can kind of categorize that as part of being projects or programs or portfolios. Again, these are just definitions. And if you would like to pursue your PMP certification, just kind of memorize this. It's fairly straightforward. As we move forward, you'll get the key concepts. So a project, again, is a temporary endeavor which you undertake to create a unique product, service, or result from point A to point B. Programs is a group of projects, okay? That's all it is. If you have programs, or sometimes you've heard of the title called program manager, right? So there's a project manager and there's a program manager. Likewise, there could be a portfolio manager. Each of these individuals have unique roles and responsibilities. So since we know what a project is, a program is just a group of projects. So this person, who's a program manager, for instance, is now managing multiple projects. Could be subsidiary programs and program activities that are managed in a coordinated manner to obtain benefits not available from managing them individually. Portfolios, on the other hand, is a collection of project programs, subsidiary portfolios, and operations managed as a group to achieve strategic objectives, right? So you have projects, then you have programs, and then you have the entire portfolio. Here's a visual diagram that's easier to identify. So since you know the concept, it's easier to see and just kind of analyze and say, oh, that makes sense. So the portfolio view allows organizations or companies to see how the strategic goals are reflected within a particular portfolio. So this particular view also enables the implementation and coordination of appropriate portfolio, program, and project governance. And all of these coordinated governance simply allows authorized allocation of human resources, for example, financial resources, physical resources, based on the expected performance and benefits. So you may have a strategy that your company has developed for a particular project. It has created a sample portfolio. Within the portfolio, you have various programs, and each program has projects. And then at the bottom, you'll have the shared resources and stakeholders interacting with each of these projects, supplying whatever is necessary for project success. Key points is portfolio, projects, and then programs. Here's the project lifecycle. Of course, it's a temporary endeavor, right? Remember, you start from point A and then you end at point B or any other point. So a project lifecycle is simply a series of phases or steps that a project passes through from its start to its completion. But it's a sequential process, right? So you go from point A to B to C to D and so on. And then there are times where certain complex projects may entail taking the latter steps earlier, okay? But we'll get to that later. But right now, just think of this as different series of phases that a project passes through from its starts to its completion. So the project lifecycle also provides the basic framework for managing the project. And this framework applies regardless of the specific project work involved. The phases may be sequential, iterative, or overlapping, as I mentioned earlier. So all projects can be mapped to a generic lifecycle. So at this point, just think of a project lifecycle as being a process or a a series of steps. So essentially, you start the project, then there are organizing and preparing the project tasks and details, who's going to do what things are required, how do we talk to vendors, and so on. The third phase, for example, or the third step would be carrying out the actual work, getting all the manpower, for instance, to do the work, who's going to do what, and so on. And then monitoring all the work. Quality control, for instance, is also part of this, carrying out the work. And then the end of the project, where the project finishes, and then you finally close the project. Now, within the life cycle, of course, you have process groups, such as initiating processes, then you have the planning steps, then you have the execution part phase, you have monitoring and controlling processes, and then closing processes. So each of these basically are knowledge areas. Okay, fairly straightforward. The important key takeaway in this slide is that you ought to remember that you start, which is the initiation process, then you plan, you execute, you monitor, and you close. So that's the basic framework of the project lifecycle. Once again, typical project phases may be separated into distinct phases or subcomponents. And these subcomponents or phases are generally given names simply to indicate the type of work done within that particular phase. So some examples of the names may include concept development, feasibility study, customer requirements, solution development, design, prototype, build, test, transition, commissioning project, milestone review, and lessons learned. Once again, these are just subcomponents of each of those phases. So for instance, the initiation phase could contain 2 or 3 subcomponents. Then the planning phase could also contain 3 or 4 or 5 of these subcomponents, and so on. And again, these are not set in stone. You can have other subcomponents as well that relate to that particular project phase. So here are the project management process groups, okay, and the respective knowledge area mapping. The knowledge areas, for instance, include the project integration management, project scope management, project schedule management. Then you may also have the various phases that we just talked about in the previous slide, from the initiating process group, the planning, executing process group, monitoring, and then closing process group. Each of them relate to each of these project knowledge areas, and we are going to get into detail in subsequent chapters as we go along, but this slide gives you an overview, a high-level overview of the various project management process groups. So for example, if you are looking at the project scope management and monitoring and controlling process groups, we will take a look at how to validate scope and how to control scope. And once again, this is in subsequent chapters that we'll take a look at, but just understand, since we talked about process groups, I figured I'd show you what those look like. Similarly, if you continue forward with these knowledge areas, you have knowledge areas that include project cost management, quality management, resource management, communication management within each of these phases, and they are mapped, so you can kind of go through and just kind of take a look at. And the last 3 are the project risk management, procurement, and then the stakeholder management. So each of these 13 areas within each project phase map to the knowledge areas that we need to know. That's exactly what we are going to cover in each of these chapters. So we're not going to miss any of these knowledge areas. I'm going to highlight and talk about all of them so that you understand the entire, from chapter 1 to chapter 13, the entire guide. And if you wish to take the PMP certification with a little bit of practice and some experience, you should be fairly ready. So project data, information, and report flow of project information across the various processes used in the managing of a particular project. So this is a nice flow chart that kind of shows you and walks you through how the actual workflow happens. So for instance, you have, starting from the very top. So I'm going to start from the very top and then kind of go down and follow the arrows, right? So follow the workflow. So the executing processes, you have the work performance data in between, followed by the controlling processes. You have the work performance information, then you have the overall project control. Within the overall project control, you could have two things. You could have the project change control, which essentially means that during the project, you may have a new requirement that came from the customer, okay? And that happens quite frequently. In my experience, in fact, it happens all the time, because no matter how well the project is defined, there are instances where new requirements all of a sudden kick in, and the customer may say, well, this is great, looking good, but we also want this particular change. That's called the project change control. And once that's approved, additional project processes or resources are assigned, including project communications, to respective team members and stakeholders. If there's no project change control, then of course it goes to the project communication to the respective team members and stakeholders. So you can kind of see the execution process, whether it's a change control. The only odd element, so to speak, or unique aspect to this workflow is the project change control. So if that happens, then of course the various project processes are redesigned or recreated or added or improved, and then it goes back to the execution process for that particular change control. Let me give you an example. I was working on an accounts payable SharePoint project, and then we actually created the entire workflow for the project. I had developers working at it, I had the QA testers working at it, the entire teams were created, and all of a sudden they wanted to in fact add a new project or integrate a third-party software within this project. So here we go. So we had to go through a change control, we had to study the third-party software and then create additional code for that, or create additional APIs to integrate that software into our SharePoint project. So that's where the change control comes in. Project tailoring. Project managers apply a PM methodology to their work. So it's not something that you just go on the fly. There are certain tools, there are techniques, there are processes, there's a structure. So PMs, project managers, apply a methodology. And that methodology is a system of practices, techniques, procedures. I also like to add experience, of course, as you go along, and rules used by those who work in this discipline. The appropriate project management processes, inputs, tools, techniques, outputs, and lifecycle phases should be selected to manage a project. So tailoring is necessary because every project is unique. So one size fits all does not work. So every project is unique in its own way. And that's why you need to tailor the process. The phases remain the same, by the way. The concept remains the same. The workflow remains the same. It's just those subcomponents, for example, or you should address the competing constraints of scope, schedule, costs, resources, quality, risk, and so on. So the PMs should also consider the varying levels of governance. Customer of the project is internal or external. In other words, whether you're doing a project for your own organization within the company, or you're doing a project for a customer or a client. And that may affect project management tailoring decisions. Once again, the concept of project tailoring is unique for each project. As you work on these projects, of course, you need some documentation, right? You can't just do everything on the fly and not document or keep track of what exactly is being done at what phase. For this purpose, we need project business documents. So you need a project business case, for example. So the project business case, the simple definition is that it's a documented economic feasibility study used to establish the validity of the benefits of a selected component lacking sufficient definition and that is used as a basis for the authorization of further project management activities. That, of course, is a mouthful, right? So basically, the other business document is the project benefits management plan. And let me first read the definition, then I'll explain it in layman terms so you understand. So what the management plan is, it's the documented explanation defining the processes for creating, maximizing, and sustaining the benefits provided by a project. Think of this. You have certain requirements, right? You need to document all of your steps. For example, you have the statement of work, which is the beginning of the project, and then you have to create the work breakdown structure and so on. So we are going to get into detailed documents later on. For now, the relationship of these business documents and the needs assessment. So that's the whole idea. For example, during the pre-work project, which basically entails a needs assessment, then you create a business case out of that needs assessment. Here, where you need the benefits management plan. So both of these business documents are required before you even start the project. And that kind of makes sense because you need some kind of documents. For instance, let me give you a real world example. Let's say a client calls us and says, I would like to develop a new SharePoint app. Can you come and meet us? We say, sure. So we go to the client's workplace, and the client gives us certain requirements, right? In fact, during the meeting, the client can give us a request for proposal, for example, or just verbally discuss, since it's just the initial phase or just the pre-talk. The client would talk about the vision of their project and so on, what the SharePoint app is going to do for their organizations, and so forth. So this is the needs assessment. Once we have the needs assessment, we actually have to create a business case. In other words, document all of those needs, create an economic feasibility study so that we can let the customer know that, hey, this is what we came up with, and these are all the benefits that you are going to get out of the SharePoint app once it's developed and implemented. Because that's the key point where you are going to get the authorization to start the project. So hence, the project business case is important. With the business case, you have the benefits management plan, which is again a documented explanation where you would now define the processes for creating, maximizing, and then sustaining the benefits provided by the project. Once that's all approved and done, then you get into the project charter, which is starting the project, and that's exactly when you actually jump right into the project. So the project lifecycle then kicks in. You start the project, you organize, you carry out the work, and then you finally complete the project accordingly. So it kind of makes sense right now that when we talk about business documents, right? So again, there are other documents as well. As we get further into various chapters, I'm going to pinpoint exactly what other documents are. But at this point, since it's just the first chapter, the overview, you need to understand that there's a needs assessment, right? That needs to be done. You need to develop a case for the project, present it to the client, get it approved, and then move forward. The project success measures. One of the most common challenges in project management is determining whether or not a project is successful. And that is true. And the reason why it's one of the challenges is because even if you're done with the project, the cost could go up or it does not meet the requirement and so on. So as project manager entails keeping things transparent as much as possible. So all the stakeholders, whether it's the client side or your own organization side or your vendors, your developers, or your own team members, they're all on the same page. And the more transparent you are, the chances are that you'll have a successful project. Traditionally, the PM metrics of time, cost, scope, quality have been the most important factors in defining a success of a project. For instance, of course, if you finish the project in time, that's great. Or within the cost, that's awesome. So it's critical to clearly document the project objectives. Like I said, be very transparent and to select objectives that are measurable. And that's the key word. In my experience, I cannot stress this enough. You need to set objectives that are measurable so you can measure what you're actually going to do and not just say that you can achieve. So 3 questions that the stakeholders and the project manager should answer are: first, what does success look like for this project? Again, success is a relative term, right? So once you document success, in other words, document all those steps, tasks, and so on, you would exactly know how to achieve it. And that would be the definition of your success for this project. Second, how will success be measured? You need to set some milestones, for example, some concrete tasks, map them accordingly. And then third, what factors may impact success? So factors could be external factors, internal factors, and so forth. So what is good practice? It simply means there is a general agreement that the application of knowledge, skills, and tools and techniques to the PM processes can enhance the chances of success over many projects in delivering the expected business values and results. So again, the keywords here are knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques. So you ought to have knowledge of the processes, right? Project management processes. You ought to have the skills to finish off the project in time, within the cost, and so on. You need to be able to use the right tools. For instance, am I going to use the Gantt chart, the PERT chart, what software I'm going to use, and so on. And then the techniques. How many meetings I'm going to hold, who am I going to talk to, when, and so on. Whether it's going to be a scrum calls. So again, all these techniques, as you grow within the project management field, you get to learn. And again, each project is unique. It's a fascinating field because you get ample experience during project management. So another good practice is that project management works with the project team and other stakeholders to determine and use the appropriate, generally recognized good practices for each project. So typically, overall, you can say projects entail certain good practices that you kind of cover for every project. And determining the appropriate combination of processes, inputs, tools, techniques, outputs, and lifecycle phases to manage a project is referred to as tailoring, that we talked about earlier, remember? So each project is unique. So for each project, you need to tailor all of these resources accordingly. And that would make up a good practice. So finally, the recap of this chapter. So we talked about what a project is, the project lifecycle, business documents, the various phases, good practices, and so on. So you can understand just on a high level as an introduction to project management, and then the PMBOK, the body of guidelines as to how effective project management should take place. So if you're starting off as a project manager, now you understand what a project is. You can define what a project is. It's a temporary endeavor, takes you from point A, or takes your organization or your client from point A to point B. Within those points, you have different sets of activities, tasks. You document the pre-talk phase with your client, then you create a business case, you get the approval, and then you run through the phases of the project. So go ahead, practice with this, kind of take a look at it again, understand the key definitions, key points. If you have any questions, feel free to post in the discussion area. I'll be more than happy to help. And with this, let's move to the next lesson.
Welcome back. I hope you're enjoying the content. You're finding this course valuable so far. Even though there are a few lessons down, there are several more lessons and lectures that are about to come. So if you would like to leave a review at this point in time by just taking a few lectures and you feel the content is valuable and you're happy with it, please do so. Otherwise, I would recommend you go on, continue further with this particular course. And as you move along lectures, you'll definitely gain some additional knowledge, skills, and enhance your skills as well. And later on, you can always come back and leave a review accordingly. We value your feedback. If you do not find something within the given lectures, for instance, feel free to reach out to me directly, send a message. Let us know which lecture, which topics, or which areas of this course that you'd like for us to concentrate on further. And let us know, and we'll be happy to create those lectures for you. Our ultimate goal is to make sure that you get the best learning experience and gain sufficient knowledge from this particular course. We teach over 200,000 plus happy students on Udemy, and we have over 50 courses so far. So every course that we make, our goal is to go take you through a progression, because it's really a learning journey as you progress through the course. If you're an experienced person, for instance, you may find certain lectures real novice at this point in time. But if you're a beginner, that's perfect. So let us know how the pace is. We try to keep the courses or the pace of the courses to cater to all level of students. But of course, if you find something interesting, if you need to learn more, feel free to reach out. I'll be happy to assist. We at Team ClayDesk strive to provide the best learning experience to you. And we create our courses accordingly. With our ample experience, industry level experience, and real world experience, we try to bring projects in so that you get the best of what's really happening in the real world. So go ahead, I welcome you again. Continue with the learning journey. If you have any questions, definitely post in the discussion area. If you need something additional, let us know. I'll be happy to help. With this, I'll see you in the next lecture. Welcome back. Moving forward, super excited. Hopefully you've been following along. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about, very importantly, the role of the project manager. So, project manager has several roles, by the way, okay? The first and foremost is the managerial capacity, and the other one is a leadership role. So you're not just a manager trying to manage the project, getting all the tasks done, putting together the entire teams and so on, but you're actually providing a leadership role as well. So in this lesson, I'm going to cover in detail the types of leadership roles that you as a project manager could have after you evaluate yourself and see what kind of a project manager you are, and then adapt to that leadership role. Similarly, management role. Jump right in. Let's take a look at different types of managerial and leadership roles, as well as factors as well. Welcome back. Super excited. Moving on to chapter 3, which is all about role of project manager. We're also going to take a look at the skills that a project manager must have, the characteristics, and so forth. So this entire lesson, you'll be able to understand what the role is and what a project manager or an effective project manager, the qualities should the person have. So here's the overview. We know that the PM plays a critical role in both the leadership of the team itself as well as the management in order to achieve the project's objectives. So it's not just primarily the leadership, but also the management of the team itself. And the sole purpose is to achieve the desired objectives or have a successful project. So the role of the PM itself is distinct, really different from that of a functional manager or an operations manager. In a typical company or an organization, a manager simply manages a set of employees, makes sure that all the employees are following the company's guidelines, and so on. So all of the duties are being followed diligently and effectively. The project manager is a step up
I should say. In other words, you also have to have some type of leadership capacity as well, not just a simple, pure manager. So typically, in a standard organization, the functional manager, for example, focuses on providing management oversight for a department. The operation manager, similarly, is responsible for making sure that the operations of the company runs efficient, the workflows are efficient. The project manager is basically the person assigned by the organization to lead the team, and that's important because the PM is responsible for achieving the project objectives. So you're not really taking a role of the functional manager or the operations manager, but you're actually managing all sorts of things, yet having a leadership capacity. Here's the sphere of influence that a project manager basically has. So you'll notice in this diagram, the project manager is yet in a circular shape, but at the bottom. So not only the influence is coming from top to bottom, but also in a circular shape. So here, the PM has two sets of responsibilities. First, of course, to make sure, follow the chain of hierarchy, right? The stakeholders being on the very top, and so on. And then making sure that all of these are managed properly as well. So the influence can be done by stakeholders, suppliers, customers, end users, sponsors, government bodies. Again, these are internal and external influences that we talked about in the previous lessons as well. And then directly related to the project manager is the project team itself. The managers, the resource managers, the development team, the quality assurance teams, and so on. Here's the role, the important ones that I've just listed out. So the PM stays informed about current industry trends. And in my experience, it's absolutely important because when you're having conversations with clients or you're attending regular conference calls or meetings, you need to know exactly where the direction of the industry is heading. So you can have an intelligent conversation and also enhance your learning at the same time. So the project manager leads the project team to meet the project's objectives as well as the senior management or stakeholders' expectations. The project manager works to balance the competing constraints on the project with the resources available. And this is the most challenging part. Of course, you'll have individuals working and then sometimes they are on vacation and you need to fill in the gaps and so on. So it's an ongoing process that you have to kind of balance and make sure that you meet the desired objectives or meet the deadlines. The project manager performs communication roles between project sponsor, team members, and stakeholders. And this is by far the key element. So your communication among all individuals, whether they are stakeholders or down to your development team members, external clients, vendors, and so on, your communication skills must be very good, or you need to enhance your communication skills and become transparent. The project manager should use soft skills. And again, this relates to the communication roles as well, such as your interpersonal skills. How do you talk to your clients? How do you talk to your vendors? How do you talk to your customers or your stakeholders or your colleagues and so on? And the ability to manage people to balance the conflicting and competing goals. And let me give you a real-world example of this. Typically in a development environment, in a software project, for example, if you're managing those as a project manager, you are going to see the conflicts between the development teams and the quality assurance teams, right? So typically they kind of go check and balance, right? So they're always saying one thing to the other team and so on. So as a project manager, you need to ensure that you take all of your team members and create a team effort. Not only that, you should also be playing a team leader role in project stakeholders in order to achieve the common objectives. And research shows that successful project managers, they are consistent and effective in use of certain essential skills. And that's exactly the idea behind this course as well, that you want to be able to gain those skills. So I'm going to list out, of course, throughout this course, all of these key areas that a project manager should have if you do choose to become a project manager, or if you need to enhance your existing skill set. The Project Management Institute, right, the PMI, has created a triangle. It's called the Talent Triangle. So the Talent Triangle focuses on 3 skill sets. The technical project management is the first, leadership second, and strategic and business management third. So a project manager should have some technical knowledge, skills, and behavior related to specific domains of the project. Of course, if you are a SharePoint developer or just a beginner SharePoint developer, or you understand, for example, SharePoint technologies or any other technologies, it's easier for you to manage that particular project because you understand how things work from a technical perspective. Leadership is the second part of the triangle. The knowledge, skills, and behaviors needed to guide, motivate, and direct a team. Because again, you're not just a manager, you're now a leader as well. So you're actually motivating your teams, right? You're giving them some deadlines, and then you're giving them some motivations. And a good example that I do regularly in my projects is that I hold weekly meetings where we just have, let's say, a social gathering, right, of all my team members, and we talk nothing but just social and just kind of talk everything else but the project. So that way you can get to interact with almost all of the members of the organization instead of just, or your project team, instead of just talking to individuals individually. And third is the strategic and business management, where the knowledge and the expertise of the industry and organization that enhanced performance so that you can deliver better business outcomes. So again, this is sort of like a triangle. So as a project manager, you need to ensure that you're a technical project manager, you have the leadership capacity and skills, and then you understand the strategic and business management. I've listed some of the skills, the project manager skills. And again, these are all as per the PMBOK 6th guide. So this is kind of like you need to know, right? So the project manager should be technical, although it's not really required, but it's good to have because I think every individual is technical in a certain way. So if you have a certain set of skills, then you want to make sure that you manage those kind of projects, right? If you need to manage different kind of projects, then you first obtain a little bit of skills and then you become technical in that respect. I always advocate a project manager to be a technical project manager because that's a plus and a win-win, and not just a pure management perspective, but you actually understand technology or other areas as well. So the PM skills should be technical, strategic, and of course business management skills. You need to be good at dealing with people. So if you are good with people, you are an excellent project manager because now you have the technical skills because you can talk technical language, and yet you can deal effectively with people as well. You're a better communicator. You're always optimistic and positive and collaborative. So there are lots of challenges. There may be things that you don't like. Sometimes that happens. A meeting can go a different direction. So you need to be optimistic and make sure you remain positive. Managing relationships and conflict. So conflict management is a key area of project manager. So instead of bursting out in flames, right, or getting angry and so on, so you need to effectively manage the situation and be able to handle the conflict and provide effective resolutions through effective communication. Of course, you need to be respectful. You need to exhibit integrity, trustworthiness, and being culturally sensitive, because you may have teams from all across the world, and it happens to me all the time. I have teams in India, Philippines, Europe, that you deal with all sorts of people with backgrounds. And an important skill that a project manager should have, a must-have, should be a problem solver. So you need to be able to foresee a problem or an upcoming problem. And that you, of course, learn through experience, by something that I just want to throw out there to you so you kind of understand what this means. And then also decisive. So you need to make decisions. You can't just say, all right, I'll decide next week. No, sometimes you have a situation where you need to decide on the spot. So you need to be an effective decision maker as well. More importantly, a project manager, a skill, is a lifelong learner. So even today, I learn new technologies. I'm into the technology world. I'm a technologist myself and a project manager. So you need to be able to kind of keep yourself up to date and also action oriented, being able to apply critical thinking and build effective teams. In other words, you need to have a likable personality, right? So your team members can bank upon you. They can trust you. Here's a good chart, the difference between team management and team leadership compared. So on the left half, you'll see the management, and the right is the leadership. So the project managers need to employ both, again, the leadership and management in order to be successful. And you'll notice the subtle difference between what management is and what leadership is. So again, let me assign you a good homework here at this point. So this is your homework. You need to take a look at each of these management areas listed. For example, direct using positional power is what management is. And under leadership, you guide, you influence, you collaborate using relational power. So as a homework, just go through the list, post your questions in the discussion area. I'll be happy to engage other students and myself, and then we can discuss each one of these if you have any questions on these. Leadership styles. Of course, a PM should be both a good manager and a leader as well. But leadership has different styles, and this is pure management 101 per se. So the laissez-faire, for example, is allowing the team to make their own decisions. So you could be a project manager that provides empowerment to your own teams. So the development team leader, for example, would have full authority on the rest of the team members who are actually developing certain software within your project. Similarly, QA works the same way. And the BA team, the business analyst team, works their own ways, and so on. So you could be that kind of a leader, or you could be a transactional leader, a servant leader, transformational type leader, charismatic leader, or interactional. And each of these leadership styles, you kind of analyze yourself and you understand, well, hey, I kind of fit within the capacity of a transformational leader. I empower followers through idealized attributes and behaviors, inspirational motivation, encouragement for innovation and creativity, and individual consideration. So that's kind of a person I am, right? So take a look at each one of these. This is your homework number 2. Understand what kind of leader you are. And then, of course, post in the discussion area. We'll have a good discussion regarding these styles. Personality characteristics are also important for a project manager. You need to be authentic. That means accept others for what and who they are. So do not judge individuals. Courteous, creative, cultural, emotional. Again, these are all personality characteristics. Intellectual, managerial, political, service-oriented, social, and systematic. So take a look at yourself and see what kind of personality characteristics you have in one of these. What are you good at? What are some of these challenges that you face personally yourself? And then just kind of overcome those challenges so that you can become an effective project manager. So finally, the recap. In this lesson, I simply stated the leadership styles, the personality characteristics of a good project manager, what makes a good project manager, what role does a project manager play, the sphere of influence, right, within the organization, externally versus internally, the effective communicator that you should have, you should be positive, and so on. So I hope this helps. Practice and do this homework that I've assigned to you in this lesson. And with this, let's move to the next lesson. Welcome back. Moving forward in this lesson, I'm going to talk about and demonstrate to you the project plan, as I promised. And this is part of chapter 4, right? The project integration management. So this is where you're actually now developing a plan as a project manager. And what I've come up with is a simple template, right? So that you understand that you can change the tasks and the duration, the schedule time from start to finish, and then of course assign some predecessors and also people to these tasks or resource names here. So before I expand each one of these, notice they kind of follow a simple order, right? So first phase is the discovery phase, and this is again from a practical viewpoint. These terms or these names may be different than we talked about in the PMBOK 6th guide, right? So this would be the initiation phase, right, as per the 6th guide, but here we call it the discovery phase. In other words, you go to a client and then you gather all the requirements, right? So we call it discovery. Of course, you can use other names as well, but the important idea is that for you to understand practically how companies use or project managers actually use to create these tasks. So within the discovery phase, if I expand the discovery, notice there's several tasks associated to it. So for instance, within the discovery heading, I have a subheading called requirements gathering and analysis, and then further subheadings: on-site discovery, discovery documentation, and on-site discovery notes analysis, initial project plan, through the solution design document phase. Then we come to our draft solution design document, and this document entails all of the details, the blueprint of the actual project itself or the solution that is about to take place. Similarly, moving forward, once you finalize the SCD, you actually come to the design phase, then you create a technical design document. So after the solution design document is created, it goes to the technical team where they end up creating the actual technical design based off of the solution design document. And the solution design document, by the way, is created by the business analysts, right? Because they're the ones who actually meet hand to hand with the customer and get all the requirements. So they, in turn, once they're done, they hand it over to the technical design team, which is typically the development team. If you're doing an IT project, for instance, in this area, in my experience in projects, I'm working with the IT-based projects, right? So the TDD is created, and that's vetted and discussed internally with all the team members using conference calls and team meetings. Next, once that is approved and completed, of course, we set some milestones, right? So the M refers to the milestone as being completed TDD. Along the way, you'll also notice in separate columns we have the duration. So the project manager is now responsible for the fact that discovery is going to take 49 days, and then the design, the technical design document, is going to take 12 days to complete. So within these 12 days, you're actually having meetings, internal meetings, every other day or every day, depending upon your own self, because you're the boss, right? You're the project manager, you are responsible, you're accountable. So you will speak to all of these resources who are actually creating these technical design document and then get regular updates from them. So once the TDD is completed, the actual SharePoint 2013 installer upgrade, well, that's the name of the project, right? It's going to take 15 days. The infrastructure design is going to take 12 days, which entails further subheadings. So you get the idea, right? So you get the flow of the project now. So all of these tasks, by the way, are created by the project manager. Most of these tasks are provided to you because you don't know, because you're, again, the project manager, you're not the developer, you're not the quality assurance guy, right? So these tasks are provided to you by the respective departments. So for instance, the custom design and branding, these tasks will be provided to you by the development team or by the designer team. Similarly, the production farm, for example, the deploying of the solution within the production environment, henceforth are going to be provided by the development team, and so on. So as you progress further within this project, notice each of these headings contain further subheadings, and this is something that you as a project manager need to decide how many days it's going to take. Typically the teams or team members within the dev team, QA team, UAT, and other teams, they give you those days estimates, right? So these are all estimates. Of course, nothing is set in stone, but once you have the dates created, you want to be able to make sure that your team members comply to these dates and your project tasks are completed accordingly. And you can kind of walk through this. I'll provide this document to you so you can kind of take a look at as a template for creating your own project sample cases or projects. And this is good homework, so let me assign some homework here right away so you know exactly to go ahead and practice by creating some of these schedules. I'm not going to go through the entire project server here. That's not part of the course. But if you were a little tech savvy, you would kind of figure it out how to create this schedule. It's not that difficult. But if you have any questions, feel free to post them in the discussion area. So likewise, once this phase is completed, you get to the migration phase, if there is one. So you're migrating from your, let's say, development environment to the testing environment, and so on. Reporting and dashboards, courseware development and training to the clients. Once you develop a solution, you need to spend some time training the clients and so on, if that's a requirement. And then of course UAT, user acceptance testing, which I believe is up here somewhere. Here it is, which is typically 5-day cycles or 3-day cycles. Again, that's all part of the requirements being stipulated by the client. You also provide a system walkthrough, for example, that's half a day, and user training is provided for a day once the solution is completed. So this entire schedule is now completed, which is part of the project integration management, right? Apart from this schedule, I also want to show you before I end this lesson is the entire project lifecycle one more time, the way it's done in the real world. We've seen how the PMBOK guide provides out some guidelines, right? And of course, if you wish to pursue your PMP certifications, that's great, even though that's not part of the course here, but it does provide you all of the details, the PMBOK guide that I provide, and the areas that we're talking about here, the concepts, as well as hands-on, will give you some solid understanding and prepare you for the exam. So next, let me pull up the PowerPoint here. And what I've done here is created the entire project timeline from start to finish, right? So from the business development, in other words, from the sales side to planning, and that's the arrow in the middle. So let me make it bigger so you can actually see. There we go. So this is where your project actually begins, right? Before it actually begins, the sales individuals go out there, meet clients, and they actually do some business development. So within business development, you have the sales engagement, the request for proposal responses that you fill out, send it out to the customer, your quotations, for instance. You may also do some sales demos or proof of concept called POCs. Initial requirements are gathered. You determine the LOE, which is the level of effort, and then the statement of work is created. Remember, statement of work, and then you get the project charter, and that's where, as a project manager, you begin your job. So the business development area is completed. Next is the planning phase, right? So once you get to the planning phase, in this phase, you actually do the purchase order received from the client. You do a kickoff meeting, and then you actually do the project plan and discovery, also part of this planning phase. So here, the project manager is now conducting all of the planning, how he's going to conduct the project, who's going to be part of the team members. He's reaching out to the PMO office, and so forth. Next is the requirements gathering phase, which is, again, the BA, which is the business analyst, the project manager. They sit down together, they have internal meetings, a solution design document is created that I talked about earlier. Internal review is conducted on the solution design, so make sure all of the team members are on the same page. And once that's finalized, we get to the design phase. So within the design, this is where pretty much the technical design document is created. And now you're involving, as a project manager, your development teams, your technical leads, who understand not only the solution, but they would know exactly how to create the technical blueprint. So after the TDD, the actual development begins on the solution. And this is the meat part of the project itself. And also note that all of these phases, by the way, that I'm showing it to you, they don't have to be exactly the same. Again, these are all customizable as long as the project cycle, as per the PMBOK 6th guide, is kind of followed. So within the development phase, notice you're actually doing some development here. The dev team is there. They're actually doing some site configurations. Again, all of these are tasks, right? And then the unit tests or unit testing is being conducted by the development team. And then we have the internal view. And throughout all of these phases, the project manager is responsible for managing the team, for conflict resolution, for effective communication, all of the roles that we talked about earlier, right? Now you're actually applying all of this within these phases as a project manager. So after all the development is completed, then you do the training and documentation. The user guides are created, the admin guides are created, and these are again typically created by the business analysts, including the dev team, with the help of the dev team. So as a project manager, you're not actually creating the user guides. The teams are creating for you. You're again managing them and leading them as a leader as well. So after training and documentation, the UAT phase, which is the user acceptance test phase or testing phase, this is where the client now gets to see the full-blown solution that you've developed, or the project is pretty much completed. They are now going to test the project. And this is typically 3-day cycles, 5-day cycles that they would do it. And if there are any issues, they will log those issues, and your dev team will fix those issues, and the quality assurance team would again do the quality checks, run those checks again. After UAT could be a change control. So change control is, again, if there are any additional requirements that may come up during the project's life cycle, it's called change control. So there's another set of documentation, just a change order. Typically it's called a change order, where the client signs off on the change order, and then of course you would go back to the development, right? After the client approves it, the developers would add this particular change to the solution, and then you will go through the same process, the training, the UAT, and then back to change control. If there's another change order, you'll reverse the order, you'll reiterate the order, or go back and then do the development and so forth. So this semi or half a cycle would continue until there are no change orders. So once everything is completed, then there's time to go live. You do some technical admin training, and then you'll provide some support to the client for 30 days, 60 days, whatever is negotiated. And then of course, importantly, the lessons learned. So the project manager would actually document all of these lessons learned, so that in future projects, you actually have a better understanding of how to run through the phases. So the project governance on the bottom here, notice the project manager is also responsible for conducting weekly project team calls, internal reviews, managing stakeholder expectations like we talked about, and then providing status reports, not only internally but to the clients as well. So every week you create a status report and then you send it out to the client. In other words, what's been done so far and what's upcoming. So everything is kept transparent. So I just wanted to kind of run through this particular slide as well. Very important, runs from start to finish for the entire project, whether it's a small project or a large project. There may be some instances where you are actually doing a project that involved third parties. In other words, your company, your organization is acting as a subcontractor and do not have direct access to the client. But regardless, the concept stays the same. So in this lesson, just wanted to practically show you hands-on the project schedule as well as the project engagement model from start to finish. So hope this helps. Let me know if you have any questions, post them in the discussion area. And with this, let's move to the next lesson.
Welcome back. Hopefully you've been following along so far. Let's move to chapter number 4, I believe, which is the project integration management. So now that we're diving deeper into the project management, in this lesson I'm going to talk about and give you the details, provide several examples. What is the project integration management is all about? So for instance, how do you balance things? How do you tailor your projects? You may be working on several large projects, or they may be small. So how do you actually maneuver and manipulate and tailor your projects accordingly? In other words, resource allocation, communication, and so on. So diving deeper into the integration management, we'll take a look at how to balance competing demands as well as examining alternative approaches within your project. Because remember, project management is dynamic. So it's not static that you just follow a series of structured steps and then you're good. It doesn't work that way, because you're actually communicating with external people, internal communication, and a whole sorts of things. And more importantly, documentation. That is important. So in your project charter, you define what everything entails for this project. So we're going to talk about in this particular lesson. So let's jump right in and let's learn some more.
Welcome back. Super excited. Moving into chapter 4, one of the most important chapters as new project managers you'll come across is project integration management. What that essentially means is, how does the actual work begins? What are some of the documents that you need? And as a project manager, certain important documentation that I'm going to cover within the chapter itself. So here's the overview. We're going to talk about within the integration management, which includes the processes and activities to identify, define, combine, unify, and coordinate the various processes and project management activities. So it includes resource allocation, balancing competing demands, examining alternative approaches, tailoring the processes to meet the project objectives, and finally, managing the interdependencies among the project management knowledge areas. So overall, we are going to take a look at step by step the various processes, and importantly, I'll show you the practical documents that I use as a project manager within my own projects. So here, the integration management is specific to project managers. So the area, if you like to reference the PMBOK 6th guide, you're looking at the 4 chapter, right? So 4.1 through 4.7. So this is the area that we're going to cover. So from developing a project charter, which is 4.1, and then 4.2 is developing project management plan. 3 is direct and manage project work, manage project knowledge, followed by monitor and controlling project work, perform integrated change control, 4.6, and finally 4.7 is close the project or the phase. So this essentially is the entire project life cycle, so to speak, right, in a typical project. Of course, could be a complex project, could entail additional things, but by far, as beginner project managers, this is all you'll come across on smaller scale projects. So the integration management, once again, is specific to project managers, whereas the knowledge areas may be managed by other individuals or specialists, such as the cost accountant could give you the analysis, or the business analyst could give you other areas within your project. The integration management cannot be delegated or transferred. because it's specific to project managers. The project manager is the one who combines the results in all of the other knowledge areas and has the overall view of the project. Because, of course, ultimately, you are responsible for the project as a whole, and you're held accountable for all delays, for higher costs, and so on. So as a homework, this diagram may be a little smaller, but review chapter 4, and I'm going to assign you this homework while we're on this slide. And if you have any questions, post them in the discussion area. So the key concepts that I like you to kind of understand and learn. Project integration management is all about ensuring that the deliverable due dates of the product or service or result, project lifecycle, and the benefits management plan are all aligned. So that's why we use the term integration, right? So everything is in a compact manner integrated with each other. And what those are is, again, the deliverables, due dates, the product itself, the project lifecycle, and so on. The integration management plan is also all about providing a project management plan to achieve the project objectives. So you need to also document and lay out the entire schedule. Who's going to do what, at what time, what day? How many people should be assigned to this particular task? How to measure those? And a good example, as you might have guessed, is using Microsoft Project Schedule, where you can create a Gantt chart or PERT charts, and there are other tools. I've seen project managers also use Excel, right? Dashboards and so on. It also means to ensure the creation and the use of appropriate knowledge to and from the project as necessary, and managing the performance and changes of the activities in the project management plan. So here, once again, the integration management entails the creation of the plan itself. Additional key concepts that you need to also know is that making integrated decisions regarding key changes will impact the project. So it could delay the deadlines, or you have to move the time further because of some unforeseen cases, or because of certain decisions made either by the client side or from within your organization. Measuring and monitoring the project's progress, and then taking actions so that you can meet your desired objectives. Collecting data on the results achieved. And in my experience, that's rare, because we do get lessons learned, documentation at place when we close the project, yes, but typically project managers do not maintain a regular data feedback that you obtain from your internal teams or the client side. So collecting data on the results achieved is good. Analyzing the data to obtain information and communicating this to the senior management or to your boss. Completing all the work of the project and formally closing it out at each phase, contract and project as a whole, and then managing phase transitions when necessary. So these are the key concepts regarding the integration management. Next, let's get into the project charter, what that is. So think of charter before I actually read through the slide. You can read it yourself also. But project charter is something that is given as an approval to the project manager. Okay? So it's simply a process of developing a document that formally authorizes, right, the project manager that, hey, here's a project, you ready to go. The key benefits of this process are that it provides a direct link between the project and the strategic objectives of the company, of the organization, and also creates a formal record of the project. So you know the document will be signed, dated, and so on. So developing a project charter, again, is, I would say, the second step, okay? But in the real world, in practical terms, you have something called a SOW, which is the statement of work. Remember, in our earlier lectures, I talked about the fact that you first have to reach out to a client, right? And they have to tell you what the project is all about, what the project would entail, the processes, and what the client really wants to develop, and so on. And that's all maintained and created in the statement of work, which is called the SAO, which actually is part of the integration management documentation. But I'm going to talk about project charter first, and then we also take a look at both of these documents. I'm going to show you both documents, the project charter as well as the statement of work. But before I actually show you the documents, just quickly run through the concept here. Develop a project charter data flow diagram. So everything flows out from the charter, right? Because once you are authorized, now you're as a project manager, you're authorized. So from here, for example, 4.1, which is the gray box in the middle, develop project charter. Notice on the top, you'll see 4.2, which is develop a project management plan. So of course you need to develop a plan, and then you follow across. Similarly, based on the charter, you will do other activities like plan scope management, which is 5.1. 5.2 is collect requirements, define scope, plan schedule management, cost, quality, resource management, and at the bottom you'll notice you'll have section 10, 11, 12, and 13. So this is the entire framework, so to speak, starting from the project charter. So as a homework, instead of me explaining each and every detail, fairly self-explanatory, as your homework number 2 for this lesson, just going to go through this, ask questions, post them in the discussion area. I'll be happy and delighted to talk about those further if you have any questions. But just give you an idea of everything starts from the project charter. So project as is feasible, preferably while the project charter is being developed and always prior to the start of planning. And the charter itself is not considered to be a contract, right? It's something given to the project manager. So here, when we get into after the charter, you have to come across and create the project management plan, which is simply the process of defining, preparing, and then laying out all the tasks on the plan itself, all the components, like I said, who's going to do what, how many team members will be assigned to a particular task, the quality assurance team members, the developers, and so on. And all of that forms into an integrated project management plan. So the inputs are listed, tools and techniques are also provided, and then of course the output, you'll get the plan itself. And I'll also show you the actual full-blown made out plan that I actually used in one of my projects, so you understand how Microsoft project lays out the entire plan and how I've created the tasks and then the dependencies as well. So here we're going to break down and develop project management plan, the data flow diagram, which we earlier saw. It's the same thing, but it only lists the development of the project management plan itself. So which includes the charter, details from the project charter, output from other processes, and then enterprise organization part of that as well. Developing the management plan, tools and techniques. You need expert judgment. Expertise should be considered from individuals or groups with specialized knowledge of or training. So if you are good at creating these project plans, that's great. Otherwise, you should always seek help from an expert. But typically, it's the project manager who actually comes up and creates the plan. The only aspect in the plan that you require help with is maybe the work breakdown structures that I'm going to talk about a little later as well, where you get all the timeframes from the development team or the QA team and so on. Similarly, data gathering, brainstorming, checklists, focus group interviews, and interpersonal and team skills, such as conflict management resolution, facilitation, meetings, times, how many days you want meetings, and so on. All of that is part of the tools and techniques that you can use as a project manager within the development plan. All right, finally, the project plan and documents. So it's a good chart. On the left side, you'll notice under the project management plan, 1 to 18, right? So you have the scope management plan, the requirements, schedule, cost, quality, resource, all the way down to development approach. And on the right side, you have the project documents. Again, about 33 different documents that you have. You may have activity attributes, activity list, assumption logs. All of these are different documents that you can use. You don't have to use all of them, by the way, in a typical project, but you can use, depending on the type of the project that you have, you can choose your own types of documents that pertain to that specific project itself. So next, I'm going to show you, before I end this lesson, the two documents that I promised, right? One was the project charter, and the other one was the statement of work. So you actually get to see what these documents look like. And I'm also going to provide them as a downloadable resource for you. So here is the sample statement of work. Okay, so this is what I like to show it to you first, because from the client, we actually get the statement of work. Our business analysts go out to the client, they talk to the client, they gather all the requirements, and then they document within the statement of work. And of course, both parties sign, and you get this document as an official document. So once you get the statement of work, then and only you get the project charter. So first, I'm going to briefly describe the entire document. It's a 23-page document. So I'm just going to scroll down to, let's see, the table of contents. So you see actually what's being made part of this statement of work. So the statement of work includes, of course, the introduction, the project objective, project scope, services that are included in the scope, the customer location, right? So we talked about the scope, and this is one of the requirements that we earlier saw in the slide, right? 1 through 18. So all of these are listed within the statement of work. So you'll have the service detail, the project scope, and then you'll have subcategories like project planning, business analysis of forms and workflows. Again, these are customizable, right? So depending on the type of project you're doing, you would create these accordingly. So this project was based on creating forms and workflows in SharePoint, utilizing at the back end and the front end, developing future ABC visibility processes, and then the UAT, which is the user acceptance testing, customer roles and responsibilities, the general responsibilities, other responsibilities that pertain to the customer, and then, of course, the change control. And this is important because, remember, change control is fairly common among all projects, one way or the other, whether it's from the customer side, and typically it is from the client side. The project assumptions, the professional fees, and then the payment schedule. And then, of course, the signature line is there. So the statement of work contains pretty much all of the details regarding the project. So if I scroll down, you'll notice I've had it in red where you can actually change it and then move further. So I'm going to provide this document to you so you can actually use it and then customize it based on your own projects. And if you have your own documents and projects, we'd love to see them and just kind of take a look at and then share with other students as well. So this is the sample SAO that you can kind of take a look at. And again, I'll provide this so you can view it at your own convenience. The other document is the project charter. So after the SAO, you get something called the project charter, which is given to the project manager, right? So this is, again, a document that it's sort of like a template that I can use. I'm going to provide this as well. You can customize it based on your own project, where it contains the version history first, because this document may change, right? And the reason why it changes is because, let's say you have a change control from the client. So you're going to create the version number 1 for the document, get it signed, and then create version 2 and so on. So the change could be from the business analyst side or from a new customer requirement. Similarly, if I scroll down, again, this is just a template. I'm going to go over quickly through the table of contents. So it talks about the purpose of the project charter, the justification, which includes the business need and so on, scope, the duration, the budget, the cost estimates, and then the alternative approaches or analysis, assumptions, constraints, and risks, the project organization, and then the approval. So once again, both documents, the statement of work and the project charter, are good to go for the project manager to start executing the project itself. And again, you can take a look at this document. I will provide this so you can download it and view it. So that's your homework. Again, for this lesson, just go through these sample documents. If something doesn't make sense, feel free to post them in the discussion area or ask questions. Let's move forward. So in this, a quick recap, we talked about the project integration management, right? So I showed you two important documents where you're starting off with the project, collecting all the requirements from the customer, and then the company is handed over to you a project charter, and now you're authorized to start the execution. And of course, I'll also demonstrate how to create the actual project plan. So I'm going to show that to you in the next lesson. So I hope this helps. Practice, and let's move to our next lesson.
Welcome back. Moving forward, in this lesson, I'm going to talk about the project scope management, or how do you actually plan the project scope management. So fairly in-depth and detailed, but important, because now you're at a stage within managing a project where you need to ensure what are the inputs, what's going to happen in the middle, right? The processes, and then of course the outputs. So I've structured it in a way which is easier because now you know what the inputs are, like your product charter, for example, is your input where it defines everything. Other inputs include the project management plan, the quality management plan, the statement of work, and so forth. And then once you have all of that as a project manager, then you get into the processes. How do I actually manage? How do I execute? How do I monitor? How do I communicate with my teams? Whether I communicate every single day or weekly meetings and so on. So I'm going to talk about, and also what tools to use, by the way. Whether I use Microsoft Project Scheduler, the Gantt chart, the PERT chart. So I'm going to talk about those as well. And then of course the outputs as well. So once you have the inputs, the processes, you need to make sure that your projects are successfully completed. So let's dive in and then take a look at details of project scope management.
Welcome back. Moving forward in this chapter or lesson, we're going to talk about the project scope management. So now that we already have all the documentation in place, the project charter is there given to the PM. And now we're going to take a look at the work breakdown structures. In other words, the next steps, right? So you have all those teams put together. Each of these teams will provide you certain input. And then we'll take a look at what we need to do with those inputs. In other words, how many hours it's going to take to do each task, and so forth. So each of your team members are going to provide you those inputs. You are going to, as a project manager, place them into a work breakdown structure, and we'll go from there. So the entire scope of the project is something that we'll detail out next. So here's the overview. The scope management includes all of the processes that are required to ensure that the project includes all of the work required. Once again, all of the tasks coming from the dev team, coming from the QA side, and so on. And only the work required to complete the project successfully. So the scope needs to be well defined, transparent, and then created in a manner so that it encompasses, right, includes all of the relevant or pertinent tasks. And you, as a project manager, does not want to include additional tasks that are extra. So managing the project scope is primarily concerned with not only defining, but also controlling what is and is not included in the project. And this is fairly common because if you're working on a project on a daily basis and you're having these client calls on a daily basis, your client may ask you things that are sort of relevant to the project, but yet they're new development. So as a project manager, you need to have a keen eye out for any new processes in place because that would entail a change order and not necessarily just something part of the existing scope. So this is kind of an important, but as you gain more experience into the PM field, you will get more good and more skilled at this. So the scope management processes, first I'm going to talk about just the simple concept of plan scope management that I just mentioned earlier. The process of creating a scope management plan that documents how the project and product scope will be defined, validated, and controlled. The collection of requirements is simply the process of determining, documenting, and then managing all of the stakeholder needs and requirements to meet the desired objectives. So everything is documented, right? So if you have a well scoped out plan, as we say, it's easier to manage and then execute. So the defined scope, the process of developing a detailed description of the product or the project itself. And then we create the WBS, which is the work breakdown structure, which is simply the process of taking all the tasks that you have provided by the team members and then subdividing project deliverables and project work into smaller, more manageable chunks or components. Validate scope is simply the process of formalizing acceptance of the completed project or deliverables, and then controlling the scope is the process of monitoring the status of the project. So all of this is part of the scope management. So as a quick homework, just go through these definitions a few times so that you're kind of familiar with all of these meanings of what they actually mean. So in the real world, typically you just create the scope, you have the WBS, and then you move forward as a project manager, start managing the task after you schedule those tasks in Microsoft Project Schedule or any other software. So in the project context, the term scope can be either product or project. So the product, what we mean is the features and functions that characterize a product, service, or result. Whereas if you're talking about the project scope, we mean the work performed to deliver a product, service, or result with the specified features and functions. So the term project scope is sometimes viewed as including the product scope as well, but just subtle difference between the two. First, the plan scope management includes, again, the inputs, the tools in the middle, and then, of course, the outputs. So the scope management, once again, is the process of creating a scope plan that documents how the project or the product scope will be defined, validated, and controlled. So the only key benefit of this process that you need to remember is that it provides guidance and direction on how scope will be managed throughout the project. That's all it is. It's just like a check and balance, and the project manager kind of knows where to go and what are the boundaries, right? So you're just setting the boundaries of the project itself, and both from the client perspective as well as the internal stakeholders. So everyone is on the same page, and a good project manager kind of knows and well defines the scope. Here's a quick data flow diagram. Once again, you have the project charter coming from the previous chapter, and that is made part of the project plan itself for the organization. Scope management is created, and then you end up with the scope management plan where you detail out the requirements of the management plan, which is, again, a component of the project or the program management that describes how the scope will be defined, monitored, developed, controlled, or validated. So the collect requirements, again, these are the detailed part of the scope plan itself. Collect requirements is simply the process of determining, documenting, and then managing stakeholders' expectations. The key benefit, of course, is that it provides the basis for defining the product scope and project scope. And the reason why we're going through this is just so that you are comfortable with the PMBOK 6th guide itself. In the real world, okay, some of these things are not really followed per se in letter and spirit, but yet the entire concept remains the same. And as you get more experienced into the project, because as a project manager, most likely you're not managing a single project, right? So your company is giving you like 3-4 different projects to manage depending on the workload. And each of those 4 projects means quite a bit of work, right? So, and those projects could be different. One could be a software development project. The other could be an internal project. Could be a different kind of project, and so on. So you need to understand and just kind of read through it about the concept of scope management, although I have highlighted the important key areas so far. So here in collect requirements, the inputs are project charter, project management plan, project documents, the assumption logs, business documents, and so on. And then the tools that you can use is expert judgment. You can gather additional data. You can do some data analysis on your own. You can make some decisions and so forth. And of course, the output is the requirements documentations or the requirements traceability matrix that we're going to take a look at. So here's the contextual diagram and then the requirements of the traceability matrix. It's just a document, a grid that you can use as a project manager. So the context diagram is fairly straightforward. You have the internal user profiles, you have the external job postings, for instance, the internal job postings and the external all in the center, whereas from this emanates hiring managers, internal associates, internal full-time, part-time contractors, and so on. So on the left side, you'll have the internal users, and then the right entails the external users. So the traceability matrix is simply something that you would log down or jot down based on different IDs, the requirement description, the business needs, project objectives, the work breakdown structure deliverables, and so on. So defining the scope is the process of developing a detailed description of the project or product, as I mentioned earlier. And again, the benefit is that this process is that it describes the product or the service or result boundaries and acceptance criteria. And again, I've covered this earlier just to reiterate some of these inputs, tools, and outputs so you can easily see and just kind of practice with this as well. Read through it. This is self-explanatory. The key points is something that I'm talking about. The rest of the areas you can read through it. And again, this is your homework too, because you'd have to work on your own as well when it comes to the theoretical part. Creating the WBS, one of the things that I want to mention is the process of subdividing tasks. Let me show you a WBS in the real world that we actually use so that you understand how these tasks are delivered to us. So I'm going to go and open up Microsoft Excel and open up a sample WBS for a real project. So here in Excel, I've opened up a work breakdown structure. So this is the WBS. Make this a little bigger so you can actually see. So it starts off with, let's say, the sequence, phase, index, developers. Let me zoom in a little bit. And then just going through these headings, right? So I'm at row number 7 here, for instance. I'm going across. So you'll notice the justification remarks column, the complexity analysis design, the user interface development, unit testing, bug fixing, dev lead, total, and then all of these are hours, by the way. So for instance, the installation and configuration, the initial install and configuration is going to take about an hour and 20 minutes. The development is going to take 8 hours, and so on. So these numbers are provided by the respective departments from the team leads so that you as a project manager would now have a better understanding of what is going to be the total number of hours spent on each of these tasks and subtasks. For example, in this particular project, we did the DocGen installation, we did the Mohimbi installation, the visit installation and configuration. So each of them entails a set of hours, or the main task will contain hours. If it does not have, let's say, 0 hours, then that's something that we're not, in fact, doing, although this was part of the WBS. So, for example, SharePoint farm setup. So we are going to do SharePoint installation and configuration. That's going to take about an hour, hour and a half by each of these individuals. Notice we don't name the individuals here. These are just the hours provided to you from the respective departments. And then you as a project manager would take these tasks and then place them into the project schedule. using Project Server or any other tool that you wish to use. So just to give you a high-level overview of this particular document, and in the end it tells you that it's 921 hours for this particular phase or project, or whatever that is. So as a project manager, you now know the costs typically involved. You can come up with those. You can also take a look at these different tasks as well. So just a real-world scenario for work breakdown structure. As a homework, go ahead, search the internet, download different kinds, because again, these are customizable. This is, for instance, our version, but you can also use any other WBS that you use. So if you have any questions, just post them in the discussion area or browse the internet, and then I'll be happy to kind of see what you actually find yourself. So here's your homework, right? Great. So let's go back to our slides. Perfect. So you understand the work breakdown structure is simply the process of subdividing project deliverables. Here's a simple WBS data flow diagram. Once again, fairly straightforward. It is just a hierarchical decomposition of the total scope of work to be carried out by the project team to accomplish the project objectives and create the required deliverables. And that's exactly what we saw in the Excel sheet as demonstrated the WBS itself. Here's a sample WBS, again, just a sample portion of the full-blown work breakdown structure with some branches of the WBS decomposed down through the work package level as shown in the diagram. Again, you can take a look at this. You have the value management system project on top, divided into needs assessment, standards development, and so on. The needs assessment has further sub-tasks, right? So you can see the labels going from 1 to 1.1 and then 1.1.1 and so forth. So you get the idea. Of course, you have to validate the scope, which is the process of formalizing acceptance of the completed project deliverables. And of course, the key benefit of this process is that it brings objectivity to the acceptance process. So if you have a detailed WBS, you have everything laid out, a well scoped out plan, it's easier for all of the stakeholders to accept, whether it's the client side or the internal senior management. And finally, the control scope. So control scope is the process of monitoring the status of the project. So you just don't create the scope of the project itself, but also you need to control it and kind of monitor it and make sure everything stays within the set boundaries. The key benefit of this is that the scope baseline is maintained throughout the project. And baseline simply means that you have, let's say, dates allocated to each of these subtasks, but yet these dates could possibly change because there may be holidays that you did not account for, or the employees may be shuffled here and there, or the client delays could happen. So what you do is you simply create a baseline date. So everything is baselined from your actual product. Perfect. So in this chapter, we took a look at the project scope management, how to lay out the scope itself, how to become transparent, how to create the WBS. What is a WBS? It's just a division of the subtasks provided by different employees or team leads of different departments. And you as a project manager, your role is to ensure that the project tasks, the scope remains within the set boundaries and it meets the expectations of both the client as well as the stakeholders, whether they're internal or external. So I hope this helps. Go through it. If you have any questions, post them in the discussion area. With this, let's move to the next lesson.
Welcome back once again. Moving on to chapter 6. In this chapter, we're going to take a look at the project schedule management. So I'm going to give you a lot of the detailed activities on your project and how you actually work with them. Since I've tried to make this course a little bit more practical, right, so you understand how project management works. So here I'm going to talk about the plan schedule management, which is the process of establishing the policies, procedures, telling all your teams, whether it's your development team, QA team, and other BA teams, what and how things need to be done, giving them a schedule of activities, defining those activities, sequencing those activities, and we're going to talk about also the developing of the schedule and controlling the schedule. By scheduling, I mean a task schedule. So those of you who are comfortable with Microsoft Project, for example, that's a great product or tool to use. And there are others that you can also use as well. I'm going to give you a couple of different flavors of what those are and some hands-on as well, so you get to see how to use these tools in successfully managing these activities for your project. So let's jump right in and take a look at the schedule management of the project.
Welcome back. Moving on to Chapter 6, we are going to talk about project schedule management. I have kind of mentioned in the previous lessons, I've also demonstrated using Microsoft Project Schedules in creating the tasks and subtasks. Here we are going to look at the overall project schedule management, and I'm going to give you some additional tips and techniques in using the schedule management, or how to create the schedule as a project manager. So here's the overview. We know that the schedule management includes the processes or the tasks required to manage the timely completion of the project. And some of the management processes are the plan schedule management. You define the activities, you sequence your activities, estimate activity durations, and then finally you develop a schedule and then you control it, manage it, so to speak. So here's the breakdown. Again, we did briefly talked about this in the previous lessons, but here it is again because this is one of the formidable processes or aspects of project management. So here's the overview. After the overview, we are going to look at the project schedule management overview, which is 6.1, again from Chapter 6, coming from the PMBOK guide. So from 6.1 to 3, 4, 5, and then 6, right? So these are the 3 steps that basically entail or comprise of the schedule plan management, which is simply a detailed plan that represents how and when the project will deliver in the product, services, and the results defined within the scope. The project management team selects the scheduling method, such as the critical path or an agile approach. So here is something new, right? So you can either use the critical path methodology in managing your schedule, or you can use the agile approach. Again, depending on how you wish to approach your project. Certain project managers, they like the agile approach or the Scrum. They enjoy that methodology. So depending on the project too, you can either create any one of these. The precedence diagramming method, in other words, using the technique called the precedence technique. What that simply means, before I read this on the slide, what that simply means is, for instance, if you have a task that is dependent on another task, if you set the PDM or the precedence method, that would imply that the previous task must be completed before you can do the subsequent task. Kind of makes sense, right? In other words, one step has to be completed, like a waterfall approach, right? So if you're into software development, you understand this. But if not, that's fine. Let's explain it again. So it's like a waterfall, step by step. So task number 1 needs to be completed before you can do task 2. Similarly, task 2 must be completed before you can do task 3. So this way you can do set the precedence within your project schedule. And I want to demonstrate that hands-on as well, so you get the concepts clear by looking at the application, not just the concept. So the PDM is simply a technique used for constructing a schedule model in which activities are represented by nodes and are graphically linked by one or more relationships to show the sequence in which the activities are to be performed. PDM includes 4 types of dependencies or logical relationships, like finish to finish, start to finish, and I'm going to talk about those as well. The predecessor activity is an activity that logically comes before a dependent activity in a schedule, just like step by step. And a successor activity is the dependent activity that logically comes after another activity in a schedule. So here are the 4 relationship types. The first one is finish to start, which is denoted by FS, which is a logical relationship in which a successor activity cannot start until a predecessor activity has finished. For example, if you were to install the operating system on a PC, which is a successor task, that cannot start until the PC hardware is assembled, which is a predecessor. And that makes sense, right? So similarly, next is finish to finish, which is simply, for example, writing a document, which is a predecessor, is required to finish before editing the document. And that kind of makes sense again, because you can't really edit a document unless you have a document. Then we have the start to start, which is, for example, a level concrete successor cannot begin until pour foundation begins. And finally, the start to finish, as an example, the new accounts payable system has to start before the old account payable system can be shut down. And that kind of makes sense too, start to finish. So just go through these, and I think if you're preparing for the exam, it's kind of good to know each one of these. And even as a project manager in the real world, you ought to know these relationships, because the more complex the project becomes, your experience would count. But for simpler projects, you would typically do the finish to start, right? So one stops, or the first activity finishes, then you start the next activity. So just spend some time on this. If you have any questions, post them in the discussion area as well. Then we have the concept of leads and lags, right? So lead is simply the amount of time a successor activity can be advanced with respect to the predecessor activity. So for example, if you are constructing a new office building, for example, right, that's a project, the landscaping could be scheduled to start 2 weeks prior to the scheduled punch list completion. And that's one of the examples, right? So before you actually start the actual project, a pre-task such as landscaping, you need to schedule that a couple of weeks prior. This would be shown as a finish to start with a 2-week lead time, right? And that makes sense. Similarly, a lag is the amount of time the successor activity will be delayed with respect to the predecessor activity. So for example, a technical writing team may begin editing the draft of a large document 15 days after they begin writing it, right? So that would be the 15-day lag time, as shown in the right side of this small diagram, right? So you write the draft, then you do the SS, right, which is start to start relationship. And then you say minus 15 days, which is the lag. Whereas in the first diagram, the lead example, coming back to that, complete the punch list, and that's finish to start with a 2-week lead. So that kind of makes sense. So go through this as well, leads and lags. This could become tricky, but it'll be easier once you practice, right? And that's the only way you can get better at this. Trust me. So you have to practice, you have to understand the types of relationships, and then just go at it, practice, so that you get perfect at it. Here's the project schedule network diagram. So lags can also be represented in the project schedule. I'm going to demonstrate that next. Network diagrams. So for example, below in the diagram, you'll notice that the relationship between H and I, as indicated by SS, which is start to start, plus 10 days lag, even though the offset is not shown relative to the time scale. So if you're going from H to I, you'll do a SS plus 10 days lag, right? So again, based on your own project requirements, you can schedule and play with the schedule accordingly. And that's an important role of the project manager, is using the right tool and understanding the tool and then managing the project. And then finally, you end up developing the entire schedule, which is simply the process of analyzing or taking all of those sequence of activities, tasks, subtasks, and laying them out in the diagram. Perfect. So before I actually do the recap of this lesson, I promised to do demonstration of the project schedule and just kind of give you the overview, high-level overview, because I'm not going to go in depth in explaining all these four relationships. That's going to take quite a bit of time. I'm going to leave that as a homework, and then maybe a future course that I'll do on project survey itself where I can demonstrate just focusing on those. But just for now, let's switch to the project schedule so you can see how some of these work. Perfect. So here's the real world scenario where I've developed this project schedule. And notice this is, by the way, a live project, right, that we did a few years ago. So from the QA perspective, which is on row 172, is where the quality assurance team begins their work, right? So the development is complete from the top, coming from the top. And then now the project entered the QA phase, okay? So within the QA phase, for example, if I need to do some or set some precedents, right? So notice this is the precedent column. So within the predecessors, you can set the predecessors. So if I'm using the agile approach, for example, I would set the or waterfall approach or critical path method that you will see later on here within the Gantt chart that is being displayed. But here, just a simple predecessor would mean that if the test case designing task must be completed before the writing begins, I would set a predecessor in row number 181. So right under the column of predecessor, I would set row 180, which is again the test case designing row, right? One above. So that would mean, if I hit the enter key, that now the test case designing task must be completed before test case writing can begin. So that's really a simple example of setting a predecessor. And then of course, within the resource name, you can select the employee. I'm not going to click on the drop down list because there are a bunch of employees. So after you set the predecessor, you can of course select the resource name from this column and then add the resource name, in other words, the individual who is responsible to complete the task called test case writing. So you as a project manager would, since you've allocated 2 hours for this task, your weekly meeting or daily scrum call or however way you want to set up your meetings, you would ask this person, hey, have you completed the test case writing? And the person is going to say, yeah, I've done it. And this is going to be 100% complete, and so on. So a very powerful way to manage your project schedule. Similarly, if you like to work with the finish to start, for example, and other types of relationships, you could do so. For example, I could do 2FS plus 3 days, right? 3D. That means it's going to change the dates around accordingly. So based on this type of finish to start relationship, plus 3 is going to add 3 days to my schedule starting from the high level or the top level task, because each top level task has subtasks, right? So based on this type of relationship, it's going to move the schedule. So that way, you as a project manager, if there are delays from the client side or from your internal organization, you can adjust the schedule. And remember, we also talked about the baseline dates. You can add a column called baseline dates where you can set the dates which are not going to change. So even though these dates are going to change because your project changes, the baseline dates are going to remain constant. So you can kind of take a look at all of these options that you can use for your baseline dates, finish, estimates, and there are a whole bunch of other tools, powerful sets of tools that you can use within your project. So all of these columns, by the way, that you see here are added or can be added using new columns, or you can add additional columns as well. So I just want to give you this high-level overview, okay? I'm not going to go into too much detail in how to actually set all these predecessors, but I give you a fairly solid idea of how you can work with it. So as a homework, you can definitely play with it, work with it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll be more than happy to explain these relationships further or any other questions that you may have. So I hope this helps. Practice with this, and let's move to the next lesson.
Welcome back once again. So moving forward, super excited. We're going to talk about in this lesson about cost management. So you as a project manager need to understand how to control costs that you are incurring internally or maybe externally, running around meetings, talking to clients, and so forth. So not only those, the actual project costs as well. So I'm going to talk about how to control, how to plan, how to estimate, determine, and then of course control those costs. You may have instances where clients would have change orders. So you're working on a project for your client and all of a sudden they say, well, we want some additional software being developed, or we want a third-party application being integrated with the existing software that you as a project manager are managing. So you need to ensure how to handle those change orders or change controls. But in this lesson, I'm going to move forward and talk about those. And let's take a look at, jump right in about the details of scheduling cost management.
Welcome back. Super excited moving into chapter 7. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about the project cost management. So I'm going to cover the main concept that project managers need to understand regarding cost management. However, there are certain formulas, that is, if you are interested in your PMP exam, for example, I will also highlight different formulas towards the end of the lesson, but I'm not going to explain all of these formulas. So that's something that I will assign that to you as a homework, you can say, or you can study on your own, because this is something that you have to practice with all these formulas. So I will provide several resources as well as talk about the important formulas at the end, but it's something that I will leave that to you. And I've also explained that in the beginning of this course that this course is not all about just passing the exam, by the way. It's practical project management, right? So you need to understand how a project manager in the real world would face any of these challenges. So let's jump right in, moving into cost management. Here's the overview. So the cost management from a project manager's perspective includes the processes that are involved, starting from planning all the way to controlling costs, right? So that includes estimating, budgeting, finances, funding, managing, and controlling, so that you can take your project and complete it within the approved budget. And this is by far the most challenging aspect because costs can very easily go out of control. In my experience, when you work on projects, sometimes you don't have control over the costs. There are certain instances where there's nothing you can do. For example, one of the employees just quit on you, right? So one of the lead developers, and now you have to hire an external resource, but you cannot go through the entire process of HR, right? Hiring that employee, because that may take weeks or months. And here you are as a project manager, you need to make a decision. So that cost go up if you hire an external resource immediately, right? So that's, a real world example that I just gave. So the project cost management processes, once again, are planning the cost management, which is the process of defining how the project costs will be estimated, budgeted, managed, monitored, and controlled. So as a good project manager, you always would like to have some kind of extra budget, right? Or contingency planning, I should say, within the cost management as well. Second is the estimated costs, which is the process of developing an approximation of monetary resources needed to complete project work. Next is determining the budget itself, which is the process of aggregating the estimated costs of individual activities or work packages to establish an authorized cost baseline. And then finally, the controlling of these costs, which is the process of monitoring the status. Here's the overview from the PMBOK 6 guide, so 7.1, 2, 3, and then 7.4, which are the 4 aspects of project cost management, which are presented as discrete processes, right, with defined interfaces, while in practice they overlap. So once again, this chart may be a little smaller, but refer to the resource guide that I provided, the 6th guide, as a downloadable resource, and just kind of go through it. And I would assign that as a homework to you. So go through all of these areas, and if you have any questions, post them in the discussion area. But overall, understand conceptually that these areas are part of the cost control. But on some projects, especially those are smaller scopes, you may not incur all of these phases, right? the cost budget is more tightly coupled and linked and can be viewed as a single process. So these are, again, guidelines provided by the Project Management Institute. As a project manager, you ought to know these, right? So as you dive into projects, of course, you start off with a smaller project. I don't think any enterprise company is going to assign you a complex project, especially if you're starting as project managers. So you always start with small projects and then you build on these concepts. Here are the key concepts that I want to cover regarding cost management. It's primarily concerned with the cost of the resources needed to complete project activities. So, for example, if you need to hire someone, at what pay rate you hire, vendors, what is the cheapest vendor you can find to do the job, and so forth. If you need to hire an extra space, for example, for an office, you need to consider all of the factors that relate to those costs. So, project cost management should consider the effect of project decisions on the recurring or subsequent recurring cost of using, maintaining, and then supporting whatever it is that you're actually working on as a project, whether it's service or product. So, for example, a limited number of design reviews can reduce the cost of project, but at the same time could increase the resulting product's operating costs. So different stakeholders measure project costs in different ways, and you as a project manager need to understand the level of these stakeholders and the expectations. Another example is the cost of an acquired item may be measured when the acquisition decision is made or committed. The order is placed, the item is delivered, or the actual cost is incurred or recorded for project accounting purposes. So again, these are some of the areas that you need to understand as a project manager. A real life live example that I can give you from my experience is, for instance, the customer has ordered a software product that you or your organization needs to implement for the customer, right? Now, they've already signed off on the approvals and you've already obtained all the approvals for purchasing the software, or you have the PO as well from the customer, purchase order. But the third-party software that you wish to purchase for your customer is on sale, for example, right? Or the licenses are 20% off for another week or so. So you have to make a decision whether you purchase now and obtain the benefit of those 20%, or wait, and then, of course, when the time comes of implementation of the software, which may be a couple of months down the road, purchase then. But at that point in time, you are not going to get the 20% discount offer. So those are, again, the decisions that you as a project manager, and of course, including your stakeholders, you need to make and then move forward with that. So planning cost management is one of the first phases. I'm just going to skim through it. You can take a look at all these detailed phases, but it's simply the process of defining how the project costs will be estimated, budgeted, managed, monitored, and controlled. So the inputs, tools and techniques, and the outputs, right? Again, we follow the same methodology as we have been in the previous lectures. Second is the estimate cost, same input, tools, and output. So in order to estimate costs, which is again the process of developing an approximation of the costs of resources needed to complete the project. And the key benefit of this process is that it determines the monetary resources that are required for the project. So for instance, inputs include, of course, your project management plan, your cost management plan, your documents, other environmental factors. The tools in estimating costs could be an expert judgment. In other words, you want to hire some external cost accountant if you don't have the in-house expertise to do the cost estimation for you. Or you can do some parametric tests, like statistical tests you can run if you have the skills and abilities within the organization. You can do a 3-point bottom-up and do other data analysis. So again, this is something that you need to evaluate as the company itself, whether the company that you are working as a project manager for has all of these expertise or not. And if you do, of course, use them. And then you'll get the outputs as well. Third is the determined budget, which is again the process of aggregating the estimated costs of individual activities. So now you're breaking down costs based on individual tasks. For example, software installation, that's a task. What's it going to cost? Next, you have how many people you wish to have on this particular task. Well, what is that going to cost? And so on. The project budget components, cost estimates for the different activities or tasks or subtasks, along with any contingency reserves for these activities. Typically, in the real world, we do I'd say about 20 to 30% contingency planning, okay? So your cost would include an additional 30% for your project or for these activities or tasks or subtasks. So the work package cost estimates along with any contingency reserves for these are aggregated into control accounts. So you have the total amount, as you can see in the chart here, the project budget. Then from that project budget, you have a management reserve chunk. You have the cost baseline created. You have the control accounts. From the control accounts amount, you have the contingency reserve, and then the actual task costs, and so on. So this way, as a project manager, you can kind of take a look at the total budget and then kind of divide it and then allocate accordingly. Here are the budget components. Since the cost estimates that make up the baseline that you've created earlier are directly tied to all of these tasks and subtasks and activities, this enables a time-phased view of the baseline, which is typically like an S-curve, right? So it looks like an S-curve. So the cost baseline expenditures and funding requirements are listed in this graph. The cumulative value is on the y-axis or vertical, and then on the x-axis you have the time, right? So as time progresses, your funding requirements increase, right, based on the total budget. So just kind of take a look at this concept of the project budget components. So each component you can break down and then lay it out on a graph. Finally, the controlling costs, which again, you as a project manager, you can also hire external individuals, or from within the organization, you can do different data analysis such as earned value analysis, variance analysis, trend analysis, and these are all statistical techniques that you can use to control the costs. So if you're interested in, again, like I mentioned in the beginning of this lesson, interested in the project PMP certification, then there are formulas that you would have to understand and calculate as a project manager, all of these areas within cost estimation, right? In terms of controlling costs, scheduling costs, allocating costs, estimating costs, and so on. So the project cost control includes the factors that create changes to the authorized cost baseline, ensuring that all the change requests are acted in a timely manner. And again, these are just the guidelines. As a project manager, you need to keep that in mind, right? So as you gain more experience in projects, you would actually be doing all of these. You'd be managing the actual change when and as they occur, ensuring the costs do not exceed the authorized funding or by a work breakdown structure component. And a good example is, for example, the dev team has given you a work breakdown structure. In other words, the lead developer has told you that, hey, it's going to take 5 hours to install Office 365 or SharePoint on the server. Well, it actually ends up taking the team 8 hours, right? So that way you need to ensure that the costs do not exceed the funding. So you need to let the lead developer know that, hey, we only have 5 hours to do this, right? Similarly, monitoring cost performance to isolate and understand the variances or the variability of these costs from the approved cost baseline. Monitoring work performance against funds expected or expended, rather. Well, this is something important because as project manager, you sometimes get too much tied into the actual tasks and the completion of tasks and meeting the deadlines. You kind of shy away from these cost control methodology, right? So kind of work side by side and break down each of these tasks and the costs that you've associated with it, just kind of monitor them very closely. So the cost control also includes preventing unapproved changes from being included in the costs, informing stakeholders of all approved changes and associated costs, bringing expected cost overruns within acceptable limits. So towards this part, you need to kind of make sure that your stakeholders, your boss, or senior management are also in the loop with all these costs that are being incurred and managed and controlled by you as a project manager. Perfect. So quick recap. We talked about the cost management within a project. Of course, we didn't highlight all the formulas. So next, before I end this lesson, let me give you a flavor of some of the common formulas. I will also provide several downloadable resources, and I would like you to practice with all of these single formulas. And if you don't understand any of these, of course, post them in the discussion area. I will be glad to help. But since that's not part of the course, my focus is not too much on the certification itself, but actually giving you the skills and abilities to become a practical project manager. And by the way, the certification, you need to wait a couple of years before you get the experience, before you can actually appear for the exam, by the way. So if you're just a beginner and starting off as a project manager, you would have to go through and get the experience anyways, right? So this is a perfect course for you in that respect. So let's switch to a Word document that I have to show you all the formulas. Here we go. These are the common cost management knowledge areas, or the PMP formulas. There are about more than 25 formulas, so to speak, on average. But I've listed the top 8 common formulas that you need to know for sure. And then the rest of them you can kind of take a look at and use them and learn them as well. I will provide you several links and sites that kind of talk about all these formulas. And there's several other resources that you can take a look at as well. So the top 8 ones are cost variance, schedule variance, cost performance index, schedule performance index, the EAC. So these are the areas that you need to take a look at and work with. Once you have mastered these common formulas, then you can, of course, take a look at the rest of them. So I will provide you with this document. You can take a look at this and just kind of go through all of these formulas and understand what the earned value cost is and so on. And at the bottom, I'll also provide several other useful sites which lists additional formulas that you can practice at your own will. Okay, so this is a good way. So in this lesson, I just wanted to cover the main concept of project cost management from a practical project manager's perspective and some of the important formulas as well. So post any questions in the discussion area. I'll be glad to explain a specific formula, for example, how that works. And then let's move to the next lesson.
All right, welcome back. In this lesson, moving forward, since we talked about the cost control in the last lesson, here I'm going to talk about the quality controls that you as a project manager, this is an often overlooked in my experience area where PMs don't really focus too much on the quality being delivered. They're focused mostly on deadlines and making sure all the tasks are done, teams are performing well, and so on. But quality and delivering a quality product to your clients and communicating internally as well is key. So in this lesson, I'm going to talk about how to plan quality management, how to talk about managing quality, and then, of course, how to control quality as well. So let's jump right in. Let's take a look at all of these concepts in detail, and let's move forward.
Welcome back. Super excited. Chapter 8. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about the project quality management. Keep in mind, this is not the quality assurance, right? So it's not the QA side of your project that the quality team is actually managing and making sure the project, whether it's a software-based project or any other project, is being checked for defects free, for example, or is bug free and so on. So it's not that quality management. But as a project manager, you're also inclined towards ensuring that the entire project is quality oriented. So when you're delivering it to the customer, they're actually happy, right? So that's the upside. Your client becomes happy, whether it's the client or even the internal stakeholders and other team members. But yet, the downside is, of course, the cost attached to it, right? So the more you spend time on quality assurance and management, of course, it comes with a cost. So let's take a look at what those are in this lesson. Here's the overview. So the quality management includes all of the processes for incorporating the company's quality policy regarding planning, managing, and controlling projects. And additionally, product quality requirements in order to meet the stakeholders' objectives, whether they're clients or internal. The processes are as follows, so typically divided into 3 different areas. First is the quality management, which is again the process of identifying quality requirements. In other words, where within your project you need to check for quality, and then whether that particular piece of the pie within the project matches to your quality policy provided by the organization that you work for. It could be the case where the customers also provide you a list of quality assurance checklist, and then you just kind of make sure as a project manager that you meet those requirements. The second is the managed quality itself. So this is where you are actually managing the quality controls, or not controls, but the processes. And it's simply the process of translating the quality management plan into executable activities. So now you have all these tasks and subtasks on the schedule. So you need to ensure which task requires a keen eye of quality checks. And third is the quality control, which is simply the process of monitoring and then recording the results. So 2 keywords: you monitor quality and then you record the results of executing the activities. And this is because you would like to gauge or assess the performance of your team members or the project itself. So broadly, as per PMBOK, it's Section 8 or Chapter 8.1, 8.2, and 8.3, which entails the project quality management overview. So, which is again the processes as discrete processes with defined interface, while in practice they overlap. So you may have areas that look alike, but yet as per the PMBOK guide, they're defined as individual or discrete processes or steps. And again, as a homework, just kind of browse through it, take a look at it, so you understand the details of the project quality management overview. The major process interrelations. Since quality control is a subject where you'd have to basically have a watchful eye 24/7, right? Because every time a task is completed, you need to make sure that it's quality oriented or it adheres to the quality policies. So the interrelations are primarily the overview of the major inputs and outputs of the project quality management processes and the interrelations of these processes in the knowledge area. So they're mapped to the processes to the knowledge area. And primarily the quality management process is concerned with the quality that the work needs to have. So really the focus is on the actual work being delivered. Managing quality is concerned with managing the quality processes throughout the project. And during this managed quality process, quality requirements identified during the plan are turned into test and evaluation instruments. So sort of like milestones or checks and balances at different stages of your project, which are typically applied during the control process. So the quality control is again concerned with comparing the results with the requirements. Again, you have a policy, right? Quality policy, and then you see the outcomes of the project and you just kind of compare it and match it up. Here are the key concepts that I like you guys to remember and understand. The project quality management addresses the management of the project and the deliverables of the project, okay? And that's important. So it's not, again, getting into the bug fixes or getting into the nitty-gritty or why something is wrong. That's not really what that's all about. It's simply addressing the management from the management perspective, and then, of course, the final deliverables of the project. It also applies to all projects, regardless of the nature of their deliverables. Quality measures and techniques are specific to the type of project that you're actually carrying out as a project manager. So every project is unique, as we already know. Hence, it comes with its own set of quality criteria. For example, the project quality management of software projects may use different approaches as compared to nuclear power plants projects. So in either of the two projects, what's essentially happening is that you need to still meet quality requirements provided either by the customer or the internal stakeholders. So for example, meeting customer requirements by overworking the project team may result in decreased profits. Because of course you're spending more time, you're spending more resources, you're spending more money. And that also increases the levels of the project risk as well. Employee attrition, errors, or rework, etc. Meeting project schedule objectives by rushing planned activities inspections may also result in undetected errors, decreased profits. So you want to make sure that every time you're actually implementing the quality checks using various tools that we'll talk about a little later in this lesson, you would like to make sure that you're actually remain within the scope, right? So you're not going too much far out where you're actually incurring a lot of costs, and at the same time you're not focusing on quality at all, where you're actually not delivering the quality product. So the planned quality management is the process, again, of identifying quality requirements, standards for the given project that you're working on. And of course, its deliverables as well. Importantly here is the documentation, how the project will demonstrate compliance with quality requirements. And like I mentioned, most project managers, since you're actually typically in the real world scenario, you're managing 2 to 3 projects at one given point in time, right? That's fairly common. So documentation for each different project could become cumbersome because it takes a lot of time sometimes to actually document all of these processes and quality checks and documentation. So the benefit, however, of this process is that it provides guidance and direction on how quality will be managed and verified throughout the project. So you have the 3 typical phases: the inputs, tools, and techniques are in the middle, and then of course you get the output. So as a homework for this lesson, just go through these tools and techniques, the inputs and the outputs, so you understand the quality management phases. The concept of COQ, which is cost of quality, associated with the project consists of one or more of the following, which are essentially 3, it could be more: prevention costs, appraisal costs, and then the failure costs, whether they're internal or external. So prevention costs typically include, let's say you build a quality product, okay? Now in building a quality product, you need training, you need document processes, equipment, time to do it right. Similarly for appraisal costs, where you're actually assessing the quality, you need testing of your product, destructive testing, loss, inspections. Similarly, that's all part of the cost of conformance. And the last one is the failure costs, which again, the costs related to non-conformance to your product or services. So the cost of non-conformance is, again, internal failure costs or external failure costs, like liabilities, warranty loss, lost business, and so on. So here in cost of quality, the money spent during the project is to avoid failures, and that relates to the cost of conformance, whereas the money spent during and after the project because of failures is cost of non-conformance, and that's the key point here. Data representation. Of course, when you talk about data, you talk about documentation, the different tools or types that are available are flowcharts. You can flowchart your data. You can logically structure your data and create a data model using Excel or dashboards. You can create matrix diagrams. You can do mind mapping techniques that are out there. So for example, a flowchart simply shows the activities, decision points, branching loops, paths, and overall order of processing by mapping the operational details of procedures that exist within the horizontal value chain. So the CPOC model, or the SIPOC, right, as they call it, is just an example, a version of a value chain known as the CPOC, which is suppliers, inputs, process, outputs, and customers model. So the entire model can again be documented at requirements list, measurement list, for example, and so on. Similarly, suppliers can provide input to these processes, and then of course from these processes you create an input, or you devise input, and then you provide it to the customer as deliverables. Managing quality is the process of translating quality management plan into executable quality activities, because you can't really implement a quality assurance method, right, to the entire project. So you need to take a look at each tasks, each activities within your project schedule, and then decide and take a look at, well, this activity makes sense, right? So I need to check whether this was performed correctly or not, or as per the standards or not. The benefit, of course, is that it increases the probability of meeting the quality objectives and then identifying ineffective processes at the same time. The managed quality uses the data and results from the control quality process to reflect the overall quality status of the project to stakeholders. And this process, of course, can be applied at any stage of the project to any task or activity. Data representation, as I mentioned earlier briefly, again, you can represent your data by creating additional tools or use these tools like affinity diagrams. You can create cause and effect diagrams. Here's a fishbone diagram as well that you can take a look at, which is again known as the cause and effect as well. Flowcharts, histograms, matrix diagrams, scatter diagrams. And again, these are primarily statistical techniques. So if you're comfortable with, let's say, SPSS is a good software by IBM that you can use to input data in rows and columns, and then of course run all kinds of regression analyses, linear correlations, and so on. Quality control, again, is the process of monitoring and then recording. Again, these two keywords I mentioned earlier as well. And that's something a project manager needs to kind of memorize, right? So for quality control, it's monitoring and then recording the results. Documentation matters. The benefit of this process is verifying that project deliverables and work meet the requirements, again, for the internal stakeholders or external stakeholders, and for final acceptance as well. This particular process, the quality control process, also determines if the project outputs do what they were intended to do. And I want to spend some time and just kind of talk about this. I'll give you an example as well. Sometimes your dev team creates the SDD, you have the technical design document created, you have the entire blueprint ready. They actually go in and develop the software. Again, I'm talking about software-based projects, right? And once the project is all developed, all of a sudden at the end you find, well, geez, that's not what we really wanted, right? So this quality control monitoring ensures that project managers are on top of things, right? So you exactly know which activities are being done, whether they're complying to the final outcomes and deliverables or not. And that's a good way to implement, again, monitor and record. What I typically use in my projects as well, and they're very, very helpful. And you can, again, use this process anywhere in the project. And finally, the last slide, just quick overview of the quality control tools. Data gathering techniques can be used for this process. You can use checklists in a structured manner. You can use check sheets, which are also known as the tally sheets, right? Where you can just put in numbers and just tally and make sure everything is working fine. and they're typically used to organize facts in a manner that will facilitate the effective collection of useful data. And for example, in this check sheets data that you see on here on the slide, you can actually take this data, input into a statistical software, like I mentioned, SPSS by IBM. You can actually input this data and then run a lot of tests. And the outcome, the results of those statistical tests will amaze you, by the way. Okay, and I've used that. So they're very, very helpful. So make use of these tools. And statistical sampling, like I mentioned, once you have the data, you can of course run a mean, median, standard deviation, and other various analyses as well. Questionnaires and surveys are also a good tool to use if you want to check based on the type of project that you're working on. Perfect. So in this lesson, I just wanted to highlight the concept of quality control, quality checks, how to manage quality as a project manager in a real-world scenario. Starting off with small projects, documentation is important. So the outcomes and monitoring and then recording those data, running tests on that data, ensuring that all of the activities within your project comply with the policies set forth by your organization or by clients. So I hope this helps. Practice with some of these, understand these concepts. If you have any questions, feel free to post them in the discussion area. I'll be happy to answer. So with this, let's move to the next lesson.
Welcome back. Super excited. Moving forward, getting deeper into the project management arena, we're going to talk about how to plan your resource management. In other words, how to manage your resources. And this is very, very important as a project manager. So you ought to be able to understand how to acquire resources, how to manage resources, how to provide tasks to those resources, and of course ensure quality as well. So here I'm going to talk about planning the resource management, how to estimating the resource management, acquiring, developing, and then monitoring and controlling. And these are the key areas as you are actively managing a certain project. You need to be able to develop these skills, core set of skills, so that you're an effective resource manager as well. Because, for example, during your project, anything can come impromptu, right? So you have to kind of make a decision on the fly, or your dev team can run out of some resource, some valuable resources that you have. Let's say your lead SharePoint developer resigns. What do? You can't hire a person immediately, right? You have to go through that entire HR process before the new onboarding takes place for the lead SharePoint developer. So what do? So that way, a project manager needs to foresee or have that foresight so that your project doesn't come to a halt or stops, right? So these are the areas that we're going to talk about in this lesson so that your skill set gets enhanced. So I hope this helps, and let's dive right in, take a look at what the resource management is all about.
Welcome back. In this lesson, we are going to take care of and talk about a very important area that the project manager must be very skilled at, which is the resource management. So the overview of this lesson, the project resource management includes the processes to identify, acquire, manage the resources needed for the successful completion of the project. So that's the main idea of this entire lesson, where as a project manager, you have a task ahead of you, which is to identify the resources, acquire them accordingly based on your project, manage them, of course, throughout the project with all those activities and tasks and subtasks, and then, of course, successfully complete and deliver the final outcome. So these management processes are typically plan resource management. So you end up first thinking about the planning phase, which is the process of defining how to estimate, acquire, and manage and utilize physical as well as team resources. Next is the estimate activity resources, which is the process of estimating team resources and the type and quantities of material, equipment, and supplies necessary to perform project work. Third is the acquiring of the resources. So once you plan it, you estimate it, and then you acquire them, which is the process of obtaining team members, facilities, equipment, materials, supplies, and any other resource that is necessary for you to complete this particular project. Once you've acquired the resources, and by the way, typically within an organization, we already have these resources in place, or the organization already has these developers in place. They've already hired these developers. All you have to do is basically use them. So you may not necessarily have to go through each of these processes, but as a project manager, and of course the requirement for the exam, if that's what you're preparing for, it's important to know which definition fits under which process. So the fourth one is the developing of the team, which is the process of improving competencies, team member interaction, and the overall team environment to enhance project performance. This by far is the key area, right? So when you develop your team, you need to be comfortable with the team as a project manager. In other words, of course, you're a leader and a manager, right? So if you have a likable personality, yet you're also a technical individual, you can bond pretty closely with these team members, including the dev team or the QA team or the training team and so on. And then comes the managing part, the managing of the team, right? So this process of tracking team members' performance. So you're now all of a sudden, of course, a boss, right? A mini boss, so to speak, for the entire team, where you're actually gauging their individual performance as well as team performance, providing feedback, doing some conflict resolution if there is any, and managing team changes to optimize the project performance. And finally, the control of resources. This is the process of ensuring that the physical resources assigned and allocated to the project are available as planned. And this is important because sometimes your team members are, doing work and they're actually finishing up on several tasks, yet the next phase or the next task is not available. Let me give you a live example. For instance, the UI designer, the graphics designer, right, or the user interface designer of a particular software solution needs certain things from the dev team. The developers need to tell the UI person to create a certain or provide certain requirements. So if you don't have them in place, right, so your team kind of goes hand in hand. So one guy is sitting idle and not doing anything and waiting on the dev team to provide the requirements. So this happens quite a bit. So as a project manager, you need to be wary or know these challenges, and then of course manage them effectively. Here are the key concepts that I like for you to kind of take a look at and then also remember. So the PM should be both, again, a leader and a manager. I mentioned that already. In addition to project management activities, which are, again, initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling, right? And closing. So in addition to these, the project manager is responsible for the team formation as an effective group. And this is where the concept of team building, team player, right? All of this comes into this particular concept. So project manager it goes all over the place, right? You're talking to one individual, then you're talking to another, and then you're talking to the developer, you're talking to the QA guys. So you're all over the place. You're talking to customers, stakeholders, internal bosses, you name it. So it's a very diverse kind of job, right? As a project manager, you're always on the fly. The project manager should also be aware of different aspects that influence the team. And once again, this is part of the leadership requirements, right? So you need to be the motivator for the team, which is creating a team environment, a conducive team environment, so that you can deliver a quality product. The geographical locations of team members. I know in my projects, I have team members out in India. They work at night, for example, and we have day, right? Back in the United States. Similarly, European time zones are different. I have people in the Philippines, their time zones are absolutely different. So you're actually all over the place. So you don't have any time, right, so to speak, like an 8 to 5 hour type thing. So you need to be aware and understand and then be good at these geographical locations of team members, because most team members these days, right, with enterprise companies even, are virtual. And then communication among stakeholders, clients, internal bosses, and so on. So this is very important. You need to take all of these team members and then put them in the same boat, okay? The organizational change management, internal and external politics, well, happens, okay? In projects, we come across, push and pull from both, from the client's perspective or from internal as well. So you need to be pretty good at handling these kind of situations. Cultural issues and organizational uniqueness. There are holidays, for example. I know I come across different parts of the world where, for example, in Philippines, you have certain holidays that we don't observe in the United States. Similarly, in India or other countries like Pakistan, they have other holidays which are different from those. So you need to be, watchful and then manage your activities accordingly. And there are other factors also that may alter project performance. So starting off with the planning resource management, right? Again, same concept, inputs, tools, and techniques, and then of course your output. And this plan resource management is simply the process of where you project manager defines or estimates, acquires, manage, and then uses the team as well as the physical resources. The data representation for this, you can have hierarchical charts such as the work breakdown structures. Assignment matrix can be created. We talked about this in the previous lesson. Text-oriented formats. One example of a RAM, for example, is a RACI, which is responsible, accountable, consult, and inform chart. That is kind of shown below, where it lists the activities as well as the individuals. So, for example, if the activity is creating a charter, and then you know that Anne, Ben, Carlos, Dina, and Ed are responsible. Who's responsible, who's accountable, who can be consulted, and who needs to be informed. So in terms of creating a charter, which is the first activity in this row, in this sample RACA chart, Anne is accountable. Ben is responsible for creating the charter. Carlos needs to be informed. Dina needs to be informed, and Ed needs to be informed, right? So this way is a good way you can use these methodologies as a project manager. Chart shows the work to be done, like I mentioned earlier. The assigned resources can be shown as individuals or groups. So the PM can select other options such as lead or resource designation. Again, you can customize this as per your own requirement. And this is a useful tool to use to ensure clear assignments of roles and responsibilities when the team consists of internal and external resources. Next is the estimate activity resources, which again is a process of estimating team resources and the type of quantities of materials, equipment, supplies necessary to conduct the project work. The key benefit of this particular process is that it identifies the type, quantity, and characteristics of resources which are required to complete the project. Again, same methodology is followed: inputs, tools and techniques, and outputs. And again, I leave that so that you, as a practice task, kind of go through these. So I'm giving you the solid concepts here, but again, you need to also study and make sure you're good at getting all this theory part down yourself as well. The resource breakdown structure, similar to a work breakdown structure, right? Where in the WBS, where you're actually breaking down all the tasks and subtasks. Here, the resource breakdown structure is also a hierarchical representation of resources by category and type. So you have a project, and under your project, for example, you have the personnel, and then you have role 1, 2, and 3, and then within those roles, you have different levels. Similarly, under the project, you have the material, again, kinds of materials, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on, and then each material has its own grades. And then likewise, equipment as well. Acquiring resources is the process of obtaining team members, facilities, equipment, materials, supplies, and other resources. Again, typically the PMO office would provide you all these resources, or they would already have this in place. You as a project manager, once a project is assigned to you, you will just reach out to those individuals and they'll be assigned to your project. Okay, but if not, then you as a project manager would have to go through this process. And the key benefit of this acquiring resources is that it outlines and guides the selection of resources and assigns them to the respective activities. And I think I've demonstrated using Microsoft Project Schedule, where you would click on the drop down arrow and then select a team member and assign it to a particular task. The developing team is next, which is again the process of improving competencies. Something that the PM doesn't really, and I know in my experience, you don't really improve competencies because a developer is a developer, right? He's a Java architect or a SharePoint architect. The person, is already skilled. So you're not really improving competencies, but actually improving team play. So team member interaction is something that you can focus on, and the overall team environment, a conducive environment to enhance and deliver quality projects. The key benefit is that it results in improved teamwork, enhanced interpersonal skills, and then competencies with motivated employees. You have team members that are actually motivated to finish the project on time, deliver quality, with reduced attrition and improved overall project performance. Next is the manage team, right? So once you develop a team, then of course you need to end up managing, which is a process of tracking team member performance on a regular basis through meetings, through conference calls, and other methods, providing feedback and resolving issues, and managing team changes to optimize project performance. The key benefit, again, to manage team of this process is that it influences team behavior, manages conflicts, and resolves issues in a better way. Controlling resources, of course, is the process of ensuring that your resources are now that you have assigned and allocated to the project are and remain available as you've planned it. So once they are, then you can monitor them and then create baselines, or you can do planned versus actual utilization of the resources, and then of course take corrective actions as necessary. The key benefit here is that you ensure that the assigned resources are available to the project at the right time and the right place. And this would only come through experience. As you manage these projects, by the way, you get to learn, you get to understand that, hey, who's the right person at the right time, or which task needs to be done. Sometimes you need to shuffle tasks, okay? So again, project management is dynamic, remember? It's not static. So it's not like a waterfall project where you're doing one task and then the other and so on. It could happen where you have a whole dynamic situation or a scenario. Perfect. So in this chapter, we took a look at how to estimate resources, develop resources, plan them, and then of course monitor them. And that's something that a project manager needs to be very skilled at. And of course, with this understanding, and you work on smaller projects, the more you interact with the team. And recall one of the earlier chapters, we talked about the effective communication, which is key and very, very important. So as a project manager, you need to take the entire team, including stakeholders, team members, clients, your dev team, QA team, and other team members that are involved in the project along with you so that you can deliver a successful project. So I hope this helps. Practice, and let's move to the next lesson.
So moving on to chapter number 10, I believe is the correct chapter. In this chapter, very, very important because now we're into communications, right? So in this lesson, I'm going to talk about the effective methodologies of you as a project manager needs to use to effectively communicate internally as well as externally. But more importantly, let me give you a real-world example, managing projects. Common way to effectively communicate is not just talking to people, okay? For instance, we were having this conference call with a client, and this client was discussing the entire software solution with us, right? So I had the dev teams, about 11 or 12 members of the dev team on the conference call. The QA members were there, the BA team were there. So we were having this conference call with the client. And a good project manager always remembers one thing, That is to record that meeting, of course, with consent. So before you even begin the recording, you take consent from all the members. Let them know that you're about to record this session so that you can revert back to whatever is being said by the client, because the client is explaining to your teams certain set of rules or areas that we need to focus on while developing the project. So this is one way of effectively communications, right? Or communicating with the client. So communication just does not mean that you're talking to your client or having good conversations with your internal teams or external teams, but in fact, you're also making sure that you have these recordings so your teams can have a look at those recordings if they need to understand a certain way the client explained the project. So let's take a look at, in more depth, the concept of communications in this particular chapter.
Welcome back. Moving forward, super excited getting into the project communication management, which is chapter 10 of the PMBOK guide. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about various techniques or what a project manager should do and how to effectively communicate with stakeholders, whether they're internal or external, as well as team members. So here's the overview. The project communications management includes the processes necessary to ensure that all of the information that is required of the project and its stakeholders are met through development of artifacts and implementation of various activities that you as a project manager would design so that you can achieve effective information exchange or effective communication. So two parts to this. The first, as a PM, you would develop a strategy to ensure communication is effective for stakeholders. And then the second part is to carry out the activities necessary to implement the communication strategy. So I call this as a PMM. Okay, so if you can remember that, that's good, which is plan communications management, manage communications, and monitor communications, right? So these are the three processes, main processes. So you remember PM like in project manager, right? So it's easier to remember. So it's P, M, and then M. The plan communication management is simply the process of developing an appropriate approach. And this is important because it doesn't matter which project you're working on, because every projects are unique and they are a temporary endeavor, right? So you need to ensure a plan for your communication. Manage communications accordingly, which is the process of ensuring timely and appropriate collection, creation, distribution, storage, retrieval, management, monitoring, and ultimate disposition of project information. In other words, you can't really miss a thing, okay? You need to be on top of everything and everyone. So no matter which activity is being worked on, no matter who's working on it, you as a project manager would know. If there are, let's say, 30 members in your team members, you ought to know all those 30 individuals, okay? And you need to be effectively communicating with all of them. I know it's a lot of time. It takes a while just to think of it, right? Talking to these 30 people, how would I manage it? But trust me, as you get better and better in project management, things become easier, okay? Monitor communications, the process of ensuring the information needs of the project and its stakeholders are also met. So you're actually not only communicating, but it has been delivered as well. Here's the overview of the project communications management as far as the PMBOK chapter 10 or 10.1, 10.2, and 10.3. Once again, plan, manage, and monitor. So it's PMM, right? So within the plan communication management, just go through it. This is a homework that I'm going to assign to you. And of course, I've been doing that consistently throughout all lessons. Wherever I see a chart that refers to the PMBOK guide, you need to also study a theory, right? Okay. So after watching these lectures, it's a good idea just to open up the resource guide, just kind of skim through some of these areas and processes. So that way it's easier to memorize and also practice. Key concepts that you need to know. Communication is, of course, the exchange of info, intended or involuntary. So whether you speak or you don't speak, it's still communication, right? The information exchanged can be in the form of ideas, instructions, or emotions, like hand gestures, right? So if you're in a conference call and you're agitated about something, you're just kind of looking here and there, right? So that's all verbal communication, right? The mechanisms by which information is exchanged, again, can be written form. You can physically type messages during the conference call, or send out an email, send out a document. It could be spoken, either face-to-face or remote, formal or informal, again, formal papers or social media. Through gestures, just like I mentioned, could be the tone of your voice, could be your facial expressions. Through media, pictures, actions, or even just the choice of words. Sometimes you just send out a little joke to someone, but that's actually communicating with someone, right? Maybe you just want something on the lighter side of things, right? The choice of words is actually very important. So as a project manager, first off, I would definitely recommend that you learn some action verbs, okay? Like doing, learning, walking, talking, so developing. So all these are like action verbs. You need to be good at those, because your choice of words would matter, because people are looking up to you, right? Your team members are actually looking up to you for instructions, for motivation, for the team environment, and lots of other things, for resources, and you name it. Similarly, the clients have expectations from you as well, like how far are we in the project, what's going on, why is it not moving forward, etc., etc. So all of that is done through effective communication, and choice of words become very important. So going back to planned communication management, right, which again is the process of developing an appropriate approach for and how you communicate various activities based on the information needs of each group or stakeholder. So again, same process, methodology, inputs, tools, and then outputs. So homework number 2, go through the inputs, go through the tools and techniques, of course the outputs, and post your questions in the discussion area. Excellent way to engage. The key benefit of this process, by the way, is a documented approach to effectively and efficiently engage all of the stakeholders by giving them the required information in a timely manner. Okay, so remember those RACI reports, those charts, those statistical analysis that you've been doing all along. So all of this is documented. So no matter who asks, there you go. There's the report. Okay, and that way you are shying away from verbal communication. In my experience, by the way, as project managers, you are held accountable no matter what. Okay, so if anything goes wrong, anything happens, they'll ask you. So you ought to have the required evidence, and the best evidence is paper. Okay, is information being transferred to paper. If you have a meeting, record the meeting. Okay, of course with consent. If you're, whether it's an internal meeting, create minutes of meeting. Very important. After every single meeting, I know it's cumbersome, right? Sometimes you're just too tired, but hey, let me tell you, it's important as a project manager. You need to document as much as possible, and in the end, you will be saved. Okay, and that's, again, I cannot stress this point enough, from the client's perspective as well as from the stakeholders that are internal to you, your bosses. So the more you document, it's easier for you. And another benefit, of course, is that even for you personally, you can always look back and refer back to those documents and kind of say, oh, there we are on that particular phase, and this is what happened. Cross-cultural communication, of course, the world is a global village these days. It's important, but it presents various challenges, of course, to ensuring that the meaning of the message has been understood. A person sitting in Philippines may not, comprehend the way you speak English, for example, or your different ways of methodology in English language that we use. So the message, however, cannot be or may not be the same, or cannot be taken to mean the same way by a worker in the Philippines. So differences in communication styles can also arise from different working methods, age, of course, experience, nationality, discipline, ethnicity, and so on. So people from different cultures, they use different languages. And of course, they also have different technical design documents, different styles of not only just verbal communication, but actually written communication also. So as a project manager, you need to be well versed with the cross-cultural dilemma. So here in this chart, notice it kind of gives you an idea how the encoding and decoding of a message works, right? So that you have the current emotional state where you have a certain culture, generational, national types of cultures, personality biases, assumptions are there. So once the message is transmitted, of course, there's some noise, right? And we understand what noise is. And same way it's being decoded. So on the other side of the spectrum, you have the same thing, same type of culture, but yet could be received, decoded differently. Okay? So you need to just be watchful of those. Second aspect, of course, is the managed communication. Same thing, inputs, tools, and techniques, and outputs. So managed communications is a process of simply ensuring timely and appropriate collection, creation, distribution, storage, retrieval, monitor, manage, and then, of course, ultimately disposing of the project information or archiving the project information or data. So the key benefit in managing communications process is that it enables an efficient and effective information flow among everyone, okay, whether it's the internal team, external teams, vendors, customers, or your bosses. And the third aspect, of course, is the monitoring of communications. As a project manager, you need to ensure that you effectively monitor all these communications that is taking place, which is simply the process of ensuring that the information needs of the project and its stakeholders are met. Okay, obviously the bottom line at the end of the day, you need to make sure that the services or the product are being delivered, right? So if it's communications that you need to do, that needs to be delivered in an efficient and effective manner as well. The key benefit of this process is the optimal information flow as defined in the communications management plan. So would that be your input, right? And then you can use different tools and techniques to monitor communications, such as expert judgment. You can use the PM information system. You can use data analysis, the assessment matrices, interpersonal and team skills, observation, recordings, meetings, and so on. So there's several ways you can monitor these communications. Perfect. So a short lesson, but very important and effective. We talked about how to effectively communicate, how to manage, monitor the communication plan among stakeholders, whether they're internal or external. So practice with this, and also know that as a project manager, you need to be good at different types of communication styles as well, like gestures, verbal, written, meetings, voice, your tone of voice, and so on. So I hope this helps. Practice, and let's move to the next lesson.
Welcome back. In this lesson, moving forward, I'm going to talk about risk management. So you as a project manager should be aware of the potential risks your project could have. And those could be internal, and those could be external as well. So in this lesson, I'm going to focus on various areas of how to identify risks, how to plan a resolution, and how to make sure that you have a contingency plan in place as a project manager. I think I gave an earlier example. In one of my projects, we have an office in Europe, right? So we're in the United States managing this project. One of our offices in Europe, our senior Azure developers, in fact, flew down to Europe. But we were unaware of the new GDPR laws that European community or the European different countries in Europe came up with this law. So we had to kind of, as a project manager, I had to learn or kind of browse through and skim through the laws and make sure that the product that we're delivering to those clients in Europe does not adversely affect or breach some of those laws as well. So that's the area that I want to focus on and talk about in risk management in this particular chapter. So let's dive right in. Let's take a look at in depth what this is all about.
In this lesson, moving forward, I'm going to talk about project risk management. So as a project manager starting off on projects, what you should look for in terms of risk and how to mitigate risk, how to manage risk, and so on. Here's the overview. I know it's a handful, but kind of important because sometimes project managers, especially the ones who are beginning into this field, overlook risk completely. So I want to spend some time a little bit just so that you get the concepts down, and then later on you can elaborate on that. So the risk management includes the processes of simply conducting risk management planning, identification, analysis, response planning, response implementation, and monitoring, right? So these are the elements or the processes that make up the risk management plan. Once again, so you identify a risk, right, as a project manager. Then you kind of focus on it, analyze it, see the impact of that particular risk on a certain task or on your project. Then you create a response planning, right? So you respond to the risk, or in other words, how are you going to respond to that risk if that happens? And of course, after that, you do the response implementation and monitoring as well. So moving on to plan risk management, which is again the process of defining how to conduct risk management activities for a project. And as project managers, it's important for you to know and then be able to implement risk management as well. So first you identify risks, which is again simply a process of identifying individual project risks as well as sources of overall project risk. And once again, importantly, documenting their characteristics. So for instance, if you see a project, upcoming project, right, it's just been assigned to you, what do you do in terms of risk? So once you take a look at the project and say, well, okay, well, that makes sense, everything is all right, but since we're implementing this project in a different country, I need to be aware of potential legal risks and other risks as well, maybe manpower risks, maybe resource management perspective is weak in that particular country. How do you try to manage those? Do you need to fly consultants from one country to the other? Okay, and that's a common example. That's why we see all the time consultants flying from one country to another. So you identify risks, and once you identify, a couple of things you can do. You can do a qualitative risk analysis or a quantitative risk analysis. Again, both of these are related to statistic terms. So in other words, if you do a statistical analysis, like I mentioned earlier, SPSS or any other software that you use, you can either perform a quality risk analysis. I've used the tool called, if I'm not mistaken, it's called NVivo. Okay, so it's ENVIVO, and that kind of software allows you to perform qualitative risk analysis. When I was doing my PhD, in fact, I kind of used that tool. And for quantitative, you can use the SPSS to run, let's say, regression analysis, correlations, and whatnot. So after you identify risks, you can do a couple of things. Run these analyses, and then you plan those responses. So based on the data, based on the results, then you kind of plan your responses, which is the process of developing options, selecting strategies, and agreeing on actions to address the overall project risk exposure, as well as to treat individual risks as well. And then you implement risk responses, which is the process of implementing agreed upon risk response plans. And finally, you monitor those risks, which is again the process of monitoring and implementation of agreed upon risk response plans. So that kind of the overview of the risk management from a project manager's perspective. Key concepts that I'd like you to pin down as we move forward. So all projects are risky. Okay, now that's a plain statement, right? So all projects are risky since they are unique undertakings with varying degrees of complexity that aim to deliver benefits. So no one project is alike, okay? All projects are unique. They have their own risks, they have their own deliverables, they have their own resources, communication methodologies, and so on. They do this in a context of constraints and assumptions while responding to stakeholder expectations, that may be conflicting and changing. And that's fairly common, okay? So either you're going to have conflicting stakeholders' expectations, your client wants something else now, right? Or it's going to change. Maybe the client hired a new program manager or a new developer at their end, and all of a sudden your developer is going to change. So you have these change orders coming up and so on. So the entire dynamics of that project could change instantly, by the way, okay? And that happens as well. Organizations should choose to take project risk in a controlled and intentional manner in order to create value while balancing risk and reward. So a good way to approach, or a balanced way to approach, is to ensure that you foresee those risks, right? Okay? Even though you may not document them initially, you are aware that, hey, there's not going to be any risk. It's plain and simple. But really, you should always do this in an intentional manner. And risk exists at two levels with every single project. First, the individual project risk, which is an uncertain event or condition that, if it occurs, has a positive or negative effect on one or more project objectives. Let's say one of your employee leaves, right? Or your client policy changes all of a sudden, okay? So anything would happen. That's the individual project risk on that particular project. So for instance, I was involved in one of the projects where we had a rollout of Office 365 on several hundred computers, okay? Everything was said and done. Just when we were ready to start acquire the licenses from Microsoft, guess what? They decided to not go on the Office 365 online, but they wanted to do it now on premise. Okay, so things change, and that could happen. Now that is an individual project risk. The overall project risk is the effect of uncertainty on the project as a whole, arising from all sources of uncertainty, including individual risks or exposure to stakeholders, various implications. So maybe an earthquake occurs, right? So that's the whole thing is down. So in the individual project risk, in the earlier example that I gave was of Office 365, where we had to change from online to on-premise. The overall project risk could be anything. It's just uncertain. So planning risk management is the process of defining how to conduct activities for a project. So how to in fact take those risk management activities and then manage those. The key benefit of this particular process, which is planning risk management at this point, managing comes later by the way, is that it ensures that a degree, type, and visibility of risk management are proportionate to both risk and the importance of the project to the organization and other stakeholders. So the only reason, by the way, in layman terms, is when you plan risk, you're essentially telling everyone that there may be certain areas that we need to be watchful for. And if those areas happen, what should be our response? How do we handle those situations? I think I mentioned that earlier in the lessons. If you recall, I talked about the contingency planning, right? So that's really part of the risk management plan as well. So here are the inputs, and then the tools and techniques and the output. So notice the tools that you use for planning risk are expert judgment. You can do data analysis, whether it's qualitative, quantitative, stakeholder analysis, and then meetings. Risk plan. So an RBS, which is a risk breakdown structure, helps the project team consider the full range of sources from which individual projects may arise. And this can be useful when you want to identify risks or list them, right? So for example, on the chart that you see is a good example where you have on the first column all sources of risk, and then the second column is broken down into various types of risks like technical risk, management risk, commercial risk, and external risk. So within the levels, it is further broken down into additional pieces, right? So the technical risk, for example, could have scope definition, requirement definition, estimate assumption, constraints, technical processes, technology, and so on. So you get the idea, right, on now what a risk plan entails. Probability and impacts. So defining a risk probability and impact levels are specific to the project context and reflect the risk appetite and thresholds of the organization and key stakeholders. How much can you take, for example, right? So next is probability and impacts. So definitions of risk probability and impact levels are specific to the project context and reflect the risk appetite and thresholds of the company. So for instance, how much risk can you actually handle or are willing to accept if something should happen? So let's say the client wants us to maybe do some additional development, but they really don't want to pay. And that happens, by the way, okay? Even though that's not part of the solution design document or the agreed upon terms, but yet they want to do something really bad or something else happened at their end and they're out of budget and they can't get the approvals, but yet they're adamant on handling or letting us know that, hey, we need to develop a certain piece of additional code or software within software-based projects, that is, right? So is that a risk that willing to take, for example, or are you willing to stop the project and say, no, we want a change order? The project may generate specific definitions of probability and impact levels, or it may start with general definitions. So the number of levels really reflect the degree of detail required for the project risk management process, with one or more levels used for more detailed risk approach. And typically there are about 5 sets of levels. So on this chart that you see, for example, you'll see a scale of very high, which is a probability of greater than 70% if the time lapse is more than 6 months, or the cost would be greater than 5 million. That's very significant impact on overall functionality. So that way you can build upon probability and its relevant impacts. The qualitative risk analysis, like I mentioned earlier, 2 kinds, right? Qualitative and quantitative. So first, the qualitative risk analysis is the process of prioritizing individual project risks for further analysis or action by assessing their probability of occurrence and impact as well as other characteristics. The really key benefit of this process, which is the qualitative risk analysis, is that it focuses efforts on high priority risks. So here, the tools, for example, you would use is interviews, okay? That's how you would gather your data. You talk to people, you talk to your team members, you talk to stakeholders. So that's an example of a qualitative risk analysis. Quantitative risk analysis, on the other hand, is something numerical, right? So it's all number crunching. So you gather data and then you use maybe a certain piece of software to come up with the results or create some further regression analyses or multiple regression and so on. So it's simply a process of numerically analyzing the combined effect of the identified individual project risks and other sources of uncertainty on the overall project objectives. And the key benefit here is that this process quantifies overall project risk exposure. So in qualitative, on the other hand, right, it does not really quantify, it just gives you the list down or the breakdown of the risks. But here in quantitative, it actually would give you a quantifiable percentage, right, or the probability of that particular risk. So next couple of things before we end this lesson is planning risk responses, and then implementation, and then monitoring, right? So first, plan. How do you plan those risk responses, which is again defined as a process of developing options or strategies and agreeing on actions to address the overall project risk exposure. And again, the benefit here is that you're simply identifying different ways how you can address those risks. That's all you're essentially doing. And there are several tools and techniques that you can use. Again, you can use qualitative analysis, you can use strategies for threats, you can do a SWOT analysis, right? You could do other analyses like data analysis, cost-benefit analysis, decision-making, and so on. So here you're simply trying to respond now to those risks, and how well you respond to them, you can use any one of these tools as a project manager. Implement risk. So once you respond, you need to, of course, do the implementation as well, which is again the process of implementing agreed upon risk response plans. So once your organization or your team, or you sit with your boss or your team members and you agree upon the implementation of a certain risk response. And the benefit of this process is that it ensures that these agreed upon risk responses are executed as planned. So all of the members, stakeholders are on the same page once these risk responses are implemented. And of course, you'll get the maximize individual project opportunities. Finally, the monitor risks. So once you implement the responses, you need to monitor those, which is the process of monitoring and the implementation of those agreed upon response plans or strategies. Tracking identified risks, identifying and analyzing new risks, and evaluating risk processes, effectiveness throughout the project itself. And the real benefit, of course, that it enables you to make as a project manager or as a team to make better decisions. And also you will stay upon current information about the overall risk exposure. So that way you can take a look at the entire overall picture of the risk management plan. And here, in specifically with monitoring risks, the tools and techniques that you can use is data analysis, for example, or reserve analysis, audits, meetings, and so on. So as a project manager, which is, by the way, a pretty demanding job, just so you know, okay? Because now you're pulled in every direction. So by this time, throughout this course, right? By this time in the course, you're probably thinking, well, I need to do a lot of things. There's so much stuff happening. And that is true. It's dynamic. Things change. So in this risk mitigation, risk management plan, if you're a good project manager and you're starting off, you need to kind of use these techniques accordingly right from the start. So as you grow your experience into the PM field, things become very easy and you can document everything as you go along as well. Perfect. So a quick recap on chapter 11, which is risk management planning. We took a look at the types of risks that can occur at the individual project level or on the project as a whole, and then how to handle those risk situations, how to document those. What is a risk breakdown structure? We took a look at that as well. And then once you identify those risks, what do you do? How do you respond to those risks? How do you implement those responses? And how do you monitor those responses? So I hope this helps kind of go through this lesson, some of the key terms, the important terms. If you have any questions, please post them in the discussion area. I'll be delighted to help. And with this, let's move to the next lesson.
Welcome back. This is chapter number 12. We're almost to the near. In this chapter, I'm going to talk about the procurement management. So as a project manager, you ought to be aware of various procurement techniques that you need to be able to focus on and handle. So for example, even though in my experience, there's a whole department that your organization may have that kind of procures hardware, software, or other tools and resources for you, but you as a project manager needs to understand, and sometimes, and fairly about, in my experience, more than half you are involved in procurement areas as well. So I'm going to focus on how the project manager, what set of tools you need, what areas you need to focus on when you talk about the procurement management within your project. So let's take a look at more in depth of how this all works.
Welcome back. Moving forward, in this lesson, I'm going to talk about, from a project manager's perspective, the concept of procurement management. So here's the overview. The procurement management includes the processes that are necessary to purchase or acquire products, services, or results needed from outside the project team. So fairly straightforward and self-explanatory. So now you're, as a project manager, if you need to hire maybe an expert, right? We talked about the cost procurement in one of the earlier lessons. So if you need to hire a cost accountant, for instance, or a consultant from outside the organization to help you with your project, that's something that is called procurement management. So how do you procure? What is the best way to do so? What are some of the documents that are required for you to use in order to procure the services? It also includes the management and control processes that are required to develop and administer agreements such as the contracts, purchase orders, memoranda of agreements, or internal service level agreements. The personnel authorized to procure the goods and services required for the project may be members of the project team, management, or part of the purchasing committee or department. Typically in the real world, if as a project manager you require something from outside, you would just send in a request to the upper management or the PMO office, and then they would take care of it. Yes, there may be certain delays because there's a whole chain of approvals and hierarchy before you actually get to your request being approved. But then again, as a project manager, you need to ensure and cater to all those risks and delays and so forth. So the processes regarding procurement management include three things. You plan the procurement, then you actually conduct the procurement, and then of course you control the procurements. So these are the three processes. Key concepts that I like you to pin down. The project manager does not have to be trained expert in procurement management laws and regulations. However, the PM should be familiar enough with the process at least so that you as a PM can make intelligent decisions regarding contracts and contractual relationships. And for the most part, day in, day out, as you work as a PM, you get pretty comfortable with this scenario. The project manager is typically not authorized to sign legal agreements binding to the organization. And that is true because all you can do is propose or send in a request, but that's about it. So the project procurement management processes, it basically involves two parties, right? So a buyer and a seller. So your organization is a buyer, and then of course there's a seller, maybe it could be a vendor. And you as a project manager are simply requesting your own organization to arrange certain services or products for you so you can deliver your project effectively. So agreements can be as simple as just purchasing a number of hours from an external labor source or a multi-year international contract. A contract should clearly state the deliverables and results expected, and that's important. You can always, of course, provide the input to your management so that they understand what exactly are you looking for. So the tools that are required for plan management is simply the expertise that you should consider from individuals or groups with specialized knowledge or training in one of the following topics, such as procurement or purchasing, contract types and contract documents, regulation and compliance topics, because you may not be an expert in all of these, right? You have a fair amount of knowledge, but again, experts are experts. A data gathering technique can be used for this process that includes certain kind of market research. You can examine different industry and specific seller capabilities. The procurement teams can further leverage information gained at conferences, online reviews, sources to identify market capabilities. You can use data analysis techniques that we talked about. A make or buy analysis is certainly used to determine whether work or deliverables can best be accomplished by the project team or you need some outside help. Certain strategy and bid documents, three main things that I'm going to focus on at this point. First is once you make or buy analysis is complete and the decision has been made to acquire from outside the project, right? So that's the first prerequisite. Now once that's been decided, then you do the RFI. So there are three things that I'm going to talk about: RFI, RFQ, and RFP. First, the RFI. The RFI is used when more information on the goods and services to be acquired is needed from the sellers. It'll typically be followed by the RFQ or RFP. So request for information is when you need some additional technical know-how from the sellers. Maybe you want help, of course, from outside your organization for your project, but then again, you really would like some additional details for this particular request. Next is the request for quotations. Our RFQ is commonly used when more information is needed on how vendors would satisfy the requirements and how much it will cost. So this is where you kind of shortlist different vendors based on capabilities and then costs. The RFP, or the request for proposal, is used when there's a problem in the project and a solution is not easy to determine. This is the most formal of the request for, so to speak, documents, and has very strict and stringent procurement rules for content, timeline, and seller responses. So the difference between the RFQ and RFP, think of this as that RFP is just massive, it's just detailed. Whereas RFQ is, okay, you understand the requirements, you've requested the information, and just simply throw out an RFQ and you'll be able to select the vendor. Here's the comparison of procurement documentation. So it kind of gives you an idea based on the procurement management plan, and then the procurement strategy in the next column, statement of work, and bid documents. So each of these columns do contain, in other words, different types. So you can compare these documentations. Okay. So I'm going to assign this homework here because I would like you to kind of really understand the key differences. For example, the procurement strategy or the statement of work. I know we talked about statement of work earlier, right? It's called the SAO, or the bid documents. So what is the difference between the statement of work and a bid document? So you ought to know as a project manager, right? And it's fairly straightforward, though. It's not really that complex, but it's just you need to kind of practice and understand these terms and terminologies and feel the differences in definitions. So as a homework, just go through this. If you have any questions, post them in the discussion area. The conduct procurements is the process of obtaining seller responses, selecting a seller, and then awarding a contract. So that's really how you conduct the entire procurement process. Same methodology, inputs, tools, and techniques in the middle, and then outputs. So the tools that you use to conduct these procurements is, again, expert judgment. You can advertise in the newspaper so vendors can contact you. You can have bidder conferences. You can propose all of these evaluations and also use negotiations. So these are all the tools and techniques while conducting procurements. The key benefit of this process is that it selects a qualified seller and implements the legal agreement for delivery. So that way you can really find the true expert that you're actually looking for. The flip side, or the downside in the real world, is that it takes time, okay? And time for a project manager is like gold, okay? Because you most likely would not want to delay your project, okay? So this entire process of doing the RFI and then the RFQ or the RFP is certainly weeks long process, right? So it may not happen as quickly as you would expect. So the end results of the process are then the established agreements, including formal contracts, and this process is performed periodically throughout the project as and when required. So the control procurements, after you conduct, of course, you need to control the procurements, which is the process of managing the relationships, monitoring the performance from your seller, right? And then making changes and corrections as appropriate, and then closing out the contracts. For example, let me give you a real world scenario. We did a contract with a document management company, right? So this was a third party company, and our main client did not know. So we had to get their expertise into the project. So we, in fact, I follow the same process, did the RFI, and then simply did an RFQ. And we selected a document management company who would provide us the services so that we can incorporate that in the project. Of course, we did let the client know, and we were transparent about it, and they agreed to it. But what happened was, of course, the delay in time, so we had to request for additional time to finish this particular project that I was working on. So controlling procurements is important, but you need to make sure that the risks and the time are catered for. So the key benefit of this particular process is that it ensures that both the sellers and buyers' performance meet the project's requirements according to the terms of the legal agreement. And you can use this anytime within your project. Perfect. So short lecture, but important. I'm trying to understand the control mechanism of procurement, right? And the monitoring mechanism of procurement. What documents are required? The comparison of certain documents. So go ahead, practice with this. If you have any questions, post them in the discussion area. I'll be glad to help. If you have any questions, ask other students, and that's the best way to learn. So with this, let's move to the next lesson.
Moving on to the chapter number 13, which is the management of a stakeholder expectations, right? Very important, because that's, you're talking about now your bosses, right? Who are actually looking at you all the time because you're reporting to them regarding the phase of your project, where you are, what's going on, and so on. So in this lesson, I'm going to provide you some valuable skills and abilities so that you can effectively communicate with your stakeholders. Now again, stakeholders could be internal, could be external, could be your customers, could be your vendors, could be anyone, right? That in fact, any individual that is affected by this project could be a potential stakeholder. So we need to understand, as a good project manager, how to effectively communicate with them, how to manage them, how to come at par with their expectations. So let's dive right in. Let's take a look at how this whole process works and how to do things and manage stakeholder expectations.
Welcome back. Super excited. Almost near ending chapter 13. In this lesson, I'm going to talk about the project stakeholder management. Now, stakeholders, of course, are your internal team members or your senior management, for instance, your boss, or from the client's end as well. So it could be external. So anyone that has a stake within the project is essentially a stakeholder. Here's the overview. So project stakeholder management includes all of the processes that are required to identify the people, groups, or organizations that could impact or be impacted by the project. So it's two ways, right? So either they can impact the project, those individuals, groups, or the project could be impacted by them. So this is the area where you as a project manager needs to kind of analyze the expectations from all of these individuals or groups, and then how it affects the project. So the main processes are, again, 4 types, right? So you identify the stakeholders, you then plan how to engage with them. Once you've done so, then you manage the engagement by regular communications, meetings, being transparent, and so on, and then monitoring the stakeholder engagement as well. So all of these are something that we need to do as project managers so that we can effectively deliver our project. So once again, PMBOK 6th guide, the project stakeholder management overview, 13.1 through 13.4. And let me assign you a quick homework. Just go through each one of these. If you have any questions, post them in the discussion area. I'll be happy to talk about each individual item. But this is, again, part of the resource guide that I'm going to provide you this 6th edition for free, and you can kind of take a look at it, read through it. But here, understand that stakeholders play a very important role, and they impact the project day in and day out. So as a project manager, you need to be aware of where to set those expectations, how to monitor them, and how to manage those. So the key concepts that I like for you to kind of know and memorize or pin down is every project has stakeholders who are impacted by or can impact the project in a positive or negative manner. The ability of the PM and team to correctly identify and engage all of the stakeholders in an appropriate way can make a pretty good difference, right, between project success and failure. And this is a little bit of area where I think that you need to kind of become a little experienced in trying to identifying the stakeholders in a way where you would know, well, this person is a stakeholder, but you really aren't sure how much of an impact that person can actually create on your project. So you gain this through experience, okay? Of course, there's no shortcut to experience, but at least if you read through it, you understand the concept, it's easier for you to then manage that particular stakeholder. So the third concept here is to increase the chances of success. The process of stakeholder identification and engagement should commence as soon as possible after the project charter has been approved. So the PM, of course, is assigned after the project charter, right? So now you're the PM. The first thing you're going to do is take a look at who are all of these individuals that are either affected by the project or can affect the project, okay? And just kind of make a list. And I'll give you a chart a little later on that'll give you an easier way to manage the stakeholders. Fourth is the stakeholder satisfaction should be identified and managed as a project objective. And this is important because most times the stakeholders are either your bosses or senior management or even the client. You need to kind of listen to them and kind of work through them, work with them, and work effectively. The key to effective stakeholder engagement is a focus on continuous communication with all the stakeholders. And once again, here it comes again, the communication, right? So the effective communication is key. Being transparent is key. You need to do that with all the stakeholders as a project manager, including team members, to understand their needs and expectations, address issues as they occur, resolve conflicts, and then foster appropriate stakeholder engagement in decisions and activities. So these are the key concepts for stakeholder engagement. First is the identifying the stakeholders, which is the process of identifying project stakeholders regularly and analyzing and documenting relevant information regarding their interest, involvement, dependencies, influence, and potential impact. So again, the key word is documentation. So even if you come across a person and you know it's a stakeholder, just kind of write some notes for your own self. So you remember and you kind of know how this person can impact the project. The key benefit of doing this process is that it enables the project team to identify the appropriate focus for engagement for each stakeholder. So once again, the inputs, tools, and techniques and outputs. So the tools and techniques that you can use to identify stakeholders is, again, expert judgment, data gathering, questionnaires and surveys. Let's say you are a new project manager within this organization, right? And you don't know people. So that's a good way to kind of get to know them, read through their profiles, brainstorm, do some stakeholder analysis, stakeholder mapping representation, and meetings. During the meetings, you'll be surprised to find out who these people are and what kind of an impact they can have on the project. So once you've identified them, next is the plan stakeholder engagement. How do you intend to engage with these individuals? So this is a process of developing approaches, different strategies to involve these stakeholders based on their needs, expectations, interest, and potential impact. So it's not your needs, but it's their needs, okay? So you need to be empathetic. You need to become the stakeholder yourself in a certain manner so that you truly understand the impact that they can actually create on your particular project. And the techniques and tools are, once again, expert judgment. You can use data analysis, root cause analysis. You can do decision making, mind mapping, stakeholder engagement assessment matrix that I'm going to show a little later on. Those are all the nice tools you can have once you plan how to engage your stakeholders. So here's a nice tool you can use. It's called the assessment matrix. It supports the comparison between the current engagement levels of stakeholders and the desired engagement levels required for successful project delivery. Okay, so I use this as well in my projects kind of tells me for all the names, let's say I have 30 names or 20 names, and I would know exactly who is unaware, who is resistant, who is neutral, who is supportive, and who's leading. So that way I would know, I can create a grid, right? And then understand who these individuals are. So C, for example, represents the current engagement level of each stakeholder, and the letter D indicates the level of the project team has assessed as essential to ensure project success, which is desired. So that way you can, the gap between the current and desired for each stakeholder will direct the level of communications necessary to effectively engage the stakeholder. So that way I would know exactly, okay, well, stakeholder 2 or 3, I need to talk to them daily, okay? Whereas the rest of them, I can maybe talk to them weekly, okay? So this is a good way. The assessment matrix is an excellent way you as a project manager can ensure positive stakeholder engagement. So once you've planned, identified, and then managing, right, the engagements. So manage stakeholder engagement is the process of communicating and working with these stakeholders to meet their needs, expectations, addressing issues, and then of course fostering appropriate stakeholder involvement. The key benefit is that it allows the project manager to increase support and minimize resistance from stakeholders. And this is very important. The more you're involved with your stakeholders on a regular basis, the easier it becomes for you to manage a project, okay? And this is, again, a real world scenario. This is actually what happens. So you need to make sure that you bring all of those stakeholders onto the same page, okay? So communication is key, no matter which project lifecycle or phase you're working on. And then, of course, monitoring. Well, the last piece here is the stakeholder engagement. The monitor stakeholder engagement is the process of taking a look at the stakeholder relationships, right? Monitoring them, in fact, and then tailoring strategies for engaging stakeholders through modifications of engagement strategies and plans. The benefit of this is that it maintains or increases the efficiency and effectiveness of stakeholder engagement activities as the project evolves, because you may be at one stage of the project and then it goes to the next and next. So during all of these phases and activities of your project, you need to ensure that you are actually monitoring the stakeholder engagement. Perfect. So finally, a recap of this chapter. Stakeholder engagement. As a project manager, you need to be aware to effectively communicate with all of the stakeholders, whether they're internal or external, that could impact your project, or your project could be impacted by them. So practice with this, kind of take a look at this. Hopefully, as you start off with smaller projects and you gain additional experience, you move to complex or large enterprise projects. All of these would help. And make sure to document and use the assessment matrix so that you can effectively manage all of your stakeholders. So with this, let's move to the next lesson.
So in this lesson, we will learn how to create a new free web host. So let's move forward. I would recommend you to go to ClayDesk.runhosting.com, and on this site you can easily make a new and free web host. So to make a free web host, you'll scroll down and choose the free hosting plan. Click sign up and it will redirect you to the page where you could fill in your login details and make your free account. So we'll choose ClayDesk free hosting plan, scroll down and click continue. Now it will take you to the page where you have to fill in your login details. So you'll write in your first name, mine is Saeed, and last name Ali, and your company, I'll write in ClayDesk, and then your email address, I'll type in my email address, and then password. After typing in our password, we have to write our address. I'll write my address, and then my city, which is Piscataway, and then my state. And then we need to write our zip code as well. And after that, we need to choose our country. So after choosing a country, it's an optional field if you need to write your phone number. If you don't have a phone, you can leave this field blank. So then we'll agree with the following agreement. Then we'll check this box which says yes, I agree with the following agreements, and write in the CAPTCHA, and then click continue. And it will process our request and send a confirmation email to our email address. So basically it says, congratulations, your web hosting account has been created successfully. Click here to log in. It is ready for you to explore it. So we'll click here and it will take us to the login page. But first we need to verify our email. So we will open up our email address. And then we'll verify our account. So this is the confirmation email and this is the login details. So we'll click on email confirmation, and to activate our account we'll click this link. Now as you can see, our account has been verified. Now we need to enter our email address and then our password and hit login, and it will take you to your main dashboard. So in this lesson we learned how to make a new free web host. Now it's your turn to sign up for your free hosting plan, or you could also take your personal plan if you want to create multiple databases.